All right, good early morning, especially for my West Coast people, 5:14 PST. But it is 8 a.m. in the East Coast, so that's something. 2:14 here in Croatia. Dobar dan, good morning. Hello. Right. Okay, got Indiana behind me. Where is she? Can't quite see her, but she's there, grumpy as hell because she can't roam the house. We've got construction going on. We're renters, so we don't have a choice here. We're just experiencing the construction. She is pissed. Okay, she just wants to roam around. Anytime I open my door, she tries to run out. She just wants to see what they're up to. Why are these men in the house? Great question, Indiana. Thank you for asking. Where are all these men in my house? They're nice. They're all very kind. They're doing their jobs. Shout out to them. Because honestly, they're working hard. Working hard. Okay. Let's go ahead and do this. I have slept less hours than somebody who's chronically ill should, but I have prepped for this stream. So I think I've got a pretty good show planned for you guys today. Samantha Dragonati is the music for today. You can check in the the description. I was about to say the Discord. Don't check there. Okay, so what I want to do, and I know chat says early, so early. So ridiculous early. You know what it is? It's because I have been undersleeping this week because, our schedules are off and I sleep later than a normal Croatian because I have American hours. If I just sit down long enough, I go like this. And so I'm hoping to finish stream on time that if I do fall asleep, it's not going to ruin everything. But if I napped before this, it would have been bad. So I've been up since 8:45 a.m. my time, and it's 2. And now I'm just starting my stream shift. So it's like I've been awake for too many hours, but I couldn't push it any further. Otherwise, I would be falling asleep. Chad says, what time is it in Croatia? 2:16 p.m., baby. 2:16 in the p.m. So can you imagine I'd have to wait another 2 hours to start stream? Ooh, girl. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Okay, so let me make sure I've got it all set up here. All right. Oh man, you like my little tone indicators in the description? I hope I use those correctly. I have to reintroduce myself to the internet because I'm excited to cover these topics and things, but it's so hard when where people are coming from is so important. It's just so important. It changes the whole conversation. So just to reintroduce myself, my name is Brittany Simon. We do philosophy through pop culture. And when I make commentary about people, I'm really focusing on their ideas. But because we know everything is philosophical and political, it means that the personal is political. And yes, I agree, you exist outside of politics and the constructs that are political. And yet, because we review things through a philosophical lens, we also have to consider the constructs that are political. So I do think you are more than your body and your gender and your skin color and everything else that people decide to, decide who we are as a whole by just looking at us. And I do understand that we use our physicality to also signal and express our beliefs, right? Haircuts, clothing, as much as we'd like to believe that we can't judge a book by its cover, people also use that cover to signal to other people that are like-minded. So we have to have the discernment and wisdom to know what we're looking at. So this thumbnail you're probably looking at right now has Hassan in a MAGA hat. And it's a silly hat. And yesterday's thumbnail also had Hassan in a MAGA hat. And someone in my audience, people in my audience literally thought I photoshopped that on his head. I did not Photoshop. I would never Photoshop a MAGA hat on somebody's head unless I genuinely thought they were evil, because it's a symbol of hate. It's a symbol of bigotry and evil. So that's why I, wanted to sort of reintroduce myself, because I think the internet is so used to YouTubers trying to fight each other. I just need to make it clear, I don't want to fight anybody. I barely want to even talk to anybody. So I'm not going to answer a DM. If Hassan ever DM'd me with peace and love, I'm good. I don't make content about Hassan so he'll message me. I already have a pretty good rapport with a lot of really content creators I really respect in this space. Honestly, we have mutuals, which is pretty funny, but I'm not trying to get Hassan's attention. I'm trying to get people who are into philosophy's attention and people who want to have sort of conversations that lead to solutions, because I am a solution-based girly. That's my passion. That's how my brain works. I found for myself, as somebody who used to be very, very political, wanted to be in politics. I left that because I found that there were no answers in politics, because politics is about winning at any cost, which is why we have so much criticism over the Democrats, right? Is like they're willing to play games at the cost of values, ethics, morals. So moving forward, I just wanted to maybe just to like keep that in mind as we move forward through today's main topic, this morning topic, because we're going to go over some of the comment section on my last video about Hasan platforming the parent dynamic, the necessary conversation. This is from yesterday, this mom and dad here with their son and daughter. I was very critical of Hasan for doing this. And I'm critical for Hasan for doing this because, again, he is the number one guy. Like, I think people forget what that means. Like, I do think that comes with a responsibility. And maybe because I take my job so seriously, especially after all the criticism I got over the last few years. Guys, I heard you. I took you seriously. There is one thing I will always do as a public figure, and that is take criticism seriously. Real, genuine, good faith criticism. I meditate on it, girls. Okay, I sit with it. I call friends. I go, hey, call me out. Did I fuck up here? I really, really take it into consideration. And I hope you've seen that by the way that I've changed the way that I show up here. I think out of all the people who need to consider that criticism, it is the biggest guy out there. It's the number one name that people reference when they think about leftist creators, right? So I just feel like it's within reason that we would be able to criticize him. Again, Hasan should never care what MAGA thinks about him or conservatives or liberals, but maybe he should meditate some more. And we already know personally, he's already overshared enough about his life to know that he isn't exactly like what I think we would want to encourage people to be in general, right? A man who doesn't go to therapy, okay, who doesn't introspect enough, who yes, introspects enough to do his job, but not enough to keep, deconstructing his misogyny fast enough. He also is a content creator who has had a huge amount of criticism from women, AFAB, queer people about his misogyny. And it just feels like everyone keeps giving him in the pass because he's the biggest guy, but also the fact that he's the biggest guy should be a testament to where we are right now. Okay, so with that said, in super good faith, I'm just going to go through these comments with you, and I have timestamps to show you from his discussion with that parent couple, the parents and the kids. And just disclaimer, I did watch the whole thing this morning because I know yesterday on stream I said I didn't watch the whole thing. I just saw clips. I watched the whole thing this morning just to confirm what I already said yesterday on stream, because I understand, as much as you guys think Hasan is the only one who's good at his job because he's famous, I'm very fucking good at my job. And this is my job. And I know a pattern when I see one. And I was exactly right about the platforming of these parents. I watched it straight from his channel, Hasanabi. Okay. I watched it from that channel, his discussion with this group of people. And I'm going to explain why I think I'm right. Genuinely. I just genuinely think I'm right. But if you guys think I'm wrong, you can tell me. Okay. Here we go. Chad says he's a workaholic too, and that's so unhealthy. His main excuse for no personal growth, I feel, yeah, that's what it is. At the end of the day, another man who's a workaholic, okay, what are you, Gary Vee? Is that supposed to be impressive? See how I get sassy already? That's what I'm saying. Is this your leader? Anyways, okay. So this is the video that I posted. This is the video. Hasan interviews viral MAGA parents. Is it ethical to platform them? So just going from newest, okay. I'm just going to start reading the ones that I thought was interesting. This one here, it is ethical. They don't have their own platform, so they are not being boosted. If anything, it was a good crash course on how to talk to relatives that seem far gone. Hasan did pretty well. I said they literally do cry emoji. I'll cover this in today's stream. Hi, this is today's stream. Can I ask why you think they don't? Is that what Hasan said, or is that what they told him? Why do you think people think these people don't have a platform? Why do the people not know they are influencers? Why do you think people don't know that? So just for the record, hold on. Somebody said that. Wait, somebody also said they're literally not influencers. And I was like, they literally are, dude. They literally are. Here, this one right here. This knee-jerk reaction This knee-jerk reaction, a leftist ironically wearing a MAGA hat, is the definition of too woke. As for platforming, these are real people, not politicians or influencers. They are literally influencers, and they have commonly held beliefs. It's better to talk to them than pretend they don't exist. I'm not saying Hasan is the golden boy, but he's so much closer to being the adult in the room, whatever that means, than you are. Yeah, chat says Hasan mentioned they had a podcast a few times. Not only do they have a podcast, but if I'm a public figure that has been held, like my feet have been held to the fucking fire. FD Signifier has been in this chat lecturing me. Like people have been lecturing me, and I don't blame FD. He was right to lecture me. He was right to intervene. He was right. He saw me crash coursing right into the debate boy bubble, and he's like, Brittany, no. So like that was right. He was right, okay? But like that's what I mean. Like I have changed my ways because I understand what it's like to have a platform. And I have one, and it's not even as big as theirs. They have they have 258,000 people on TikTok. I've blocked them, so that's why you can't see their content. I blocked them months ago, by the way. Like I blocked them so long ago because their conversation with their parents is not only inappropriate, but it is spreading so much unnecessary hate to the internet. It is not helping anybody. And I think it is a cash grab, genuinely. Okay, so then this is their YouTube channel. Okay, again, 77,000 subscribers, so they're about my size, right? And they have more views than I do by quadruple. Like they have so many more views. Okay, so many more views. They are fully influencers. They are fully content creators. And US Today did an article about them. In 2022, Chad decided he had had enough. He didn't know how much time he had left with his parents, and he didn't want to spend those remaining years estranged. If the only way he could speak to his parents was fighting over politics, he said, then bring it on. Quote, the only time we could lock in was by talking politics. Chad, 44, who lived in Los Angeles. I thought, why not do this as a podcast? Because it would regiment the need for us to get together every week for an hour. I don't know, maybe therapy would have been great. But instead, they decided to do a podcast together. So they're being interviewed. They have a YouTube channel. They have a TikTok following. Why is everyone acting? You know what I mean? Like, why are they acting like they're not influencers? Like, isn't that funny? And so, okay, so then I'm like, no, like, I know what I'm talking about. You know, Chet says, because you're femme, that's why you get more criticism. I do think that's true. I know because, well, I know for a lot of reasons. I understand I'm in this space. I understand. I also think I'm not a political commentator in a traditional sense. So, you know, and I don't want to. Again, I'm not trying to get into the space. I'm not trying to collab with Hasan. You know, I'm happy to talk to Michael Burns and FD and Elliot Singh and D'Angelo. I'm happy to talk to so many people in this space that I really respect. You know, I'm going to cover the girls today, Lisa and Sovereign and stuff, and Therese. And I value all those people. I value Britt Hartley. I value all these people. But I also think we're closer to doing something that is similar than a Hasan or, you know, any of the debate bros, right? So there are so many people in this space that I do respect. And I still criticize. Michael Burns just shouted me out on his stream the other day. And he was like, you know, the thing about Brittany is like, she will criticize your work, but it's coming from such a genuine place. And like, I almost like cried a little bit listening to that. I was like, my God, like, because I really am coming from the most autistically genuine place. And so like, it's so frustrating to me because I do think my work is valuable. And I think I'm really like trying to solve a problem here that I think is so real. And so all of my commentary comes from that place, you know? And so again, when I see a person who has MAGA parents showing up on the internet and filming a podcast of his parents saying the most ruthlessly bigoted, racist, misogynistic shit, and then calling it family time, and then people act like these are just regular people. Guys, Nazis are regular people. Like, yeah, they're all regular people. That's why we cover this in philosophy. Yeah, everybody's just a regular person. They're not unique or special, except they are influencers. That's the difference, right? Now look at this comment. I don't know, it's really weird to me that all your empathy goes to psychotic MAGA Nazi parents in this video. And I said, so you agree he platformed and promoted Nazi podcasters on his show. P.S. Empathy is for everyone, compassion is for everyone, healthcare is for everyone. They said, I do agree that those things are for everyone, of course, but they said, I do not agree. From my perspective, platforming them would mean giving them a mic and the audience without appropriately challenging what was said. It seemed like he was able to expose some points of agreement with them in opposition to some of their ideology in ways that the younger generation wasn't. So that appeared to be effective and useful to me. So I used to believe this. Why do you think I was collabing with Destiny and Sneeko and ABBA and everybody? Because I thought it would be better. And I remember I did this interview with Sneeko. It was the most soft hit interview I'd ever done in my life because I'm not a fucking journalist. And also, even before I started that interview with Sneeko, he was like, hey, what's up? I was like, I'm so fucking tired, dude. I just got diagnosed. I'm tired. I'm so chronically ill, but like, let's do this interview. And I remember filming that interview thinking no one was going to watch it. I didn't know everyone was going to watch it. I didn't know all these debate bros were going to watch it and think it was some hard hitting interview. And they were like, you went too soft on him. And I was like, okay, I'll go harder on everybody then. The thing is these boys, when I set a standard where I'm supposed to be hard on Sneeko, but not on them, I decided to be hard on everybody. Because why should one man be criticized but not another? Especially the news that broke this morning about a huge leftist content creator, okay, who just got accused by 4 different women, and all the women are saying, be careful about these boys. Be careful about these men, okay? So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, chat said, I didn't even know you interviewed Sneeko. I privated all those videos because women came forward. When women came forward about Sneeko, I privated those videos. Okay, when people came forward about Destiny, I privated those videos. I cut off contact with people. That's the difference. And those boys in those communities waited, and or they're willing to collab with people that are even like related or adjacent. So again, I'm trying, okay? I'm trying. But I also want to give people a chance. So Hasan platforming these Nazi parents or these MAGA parents is the same to me as you talking to any of these boys. Do you know what I'm saying? So when I go through this today, and we'll talk about it, chat says, who's the guy? This progressive guy is Joe Wagon. I don't know if you guys follow him. We'll go over his statement. We'll go over his victim statements later in stream. But this is why I'm critical of Hasan. Because at the end of the day, he's the loudest guy with the mic, and he's still doing misogyny constantly, right? Okay, Chet says, I love you, Brittany, but I think you're being a bit over the top with this. Which part? Right? So which is it? Should we speak when we see it? Should we move our communities? Should we move forward? Or should we just like leave it alone? What do you mean when you say you're being over the top? What is over the top when we're living under Trump's administration, right? What's over the top when the world is in a meaning crisis? Like when I'm trying to be like, not even over the top, girl, like I'm trying to be so chill right now. Well, being like, hey, the world's always going to be like an impending doom unless we fix it. But also like the world's always going to be human, right? This is the world forever. Should I just make mukbang videos? Because honestly, I'm always tempted. Should I just be a food vlogger? You know what I mean? Are we going to talk about serious shit or not? I take my job very seriously because I really think we can do something here. I think there's something to be done. And it's not going to happen unless we have this conversation. It feels like you guys are saying, oh, it's not too deep. What do you mean? You know what I mean? What do you mean it's not too deep? What does that mean? So, like, you know, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not sure you mean what you say when you say that. Like, oh, you're taking this too far. I'm not sure what that means. Right? I'm not sure what that means.
Look at the identification.
They don't care. People are U.S. citizens saying, I have my ID, I have my passport. ICE doesn't give a fuck.
You know what?
They are rounding up brown people, as many as they can, kicking the shit out of them, torturing them.
I don't believe that, Chad. I really don't.
I've got some more videos for you.
Go ahead. They're getting rid of the bad people.
So this
that lady was released, I'm sure. I would love to see.
But why are they chasing her down in the first place? If they're going after, in quotes, the bad people, she's delivering food.
Illegal.
Maybe she's giving money to some.
You have to be quiet. You're not in this one today. You're not.
Okay, listen. That's from their conversation 7 days ago on their own channel. Okay, fine. Okay.
And she became a bartender as soon as she graduated.
Yeah, don't you think that's a problem with the current system that we're operating under though? Like the fact that you go to college, you get a college education, and then you can't actually get gainful employment. What's up?
You have my full support.
Yes.
Okay. Also,
I think colleges are over.
Chad says, I don't think Hasan platforming people is bad because I doubt any sane person would look at this couple and say, oh yeah, they're right. I think the opposite actually. I can't. Okay. You know, that's what happened with Nick Fuentes, right? That's why people like my family who are literally immigrants from Iraq, literally Syrians, are sitting around at Christmas going, I think Nick Fuentes seems like a really nice guy. I just saw him talk to Tucker Carlson, and he just seems so normal. I wonder why people hate him so much. Because you guys keep platforming these people and nice little sweet interviews, and all they see are those sweet interviews. Because Hassan, if you guys watch this conversation again, watch it again for the second or third time, and you will see that this is everyone's MAGA family. This is what Lunch with Nick Fuentes is like. That's why Steven did it. That's why Destiny did it, because Nick Fuentes is fun to hang around. Sneeko was fun to hang around. But the problem is like Nazis are fun to hang around. I don't know what to tell you. So when you sit there and have this fun little conversation with your MAGA parents, right? You are having that situation. Now, chat says, I don't know if I got the answer from Britt, but I can't see how this is different from Dr. K. I will talk about that because chat also asked me that as well. The difference between Dr. K and Hassan, and this is what we talked about on stream, is everyone plays a different role. Everyone plays a different role. Example, Dr. K is a doctor. He's a psychiatrist. He specifically specializes in addiction counseling and specifically works with men who are struggling on the internet, in the worst spaces on the internet. That's his literal niche. So Dr. K does not come into these spaces and tries to woo, seduce. He tries to like friend, but not like a professional friend. Like get down on their level, but also make it clear that he's the adult in the room, right? It's Dr. K's goal to move these men out of this radical behavior, right? You wouldn't go to like a person who's doing you wouldn't go to a therapist who's working with a rapist and say, why are you working with a rapist? Because they're a therapist. Like, what do you mean? Like, you wouldn't, that's their job. But Hassan, okay, Hassan's job is not to talk to your MAGA parents influencers. That's not his job. Unless I got a wrong memo. Is that Hassan's job? Is Hassan's job to interview MAGA parents? Because again, they're not just MAGA parents. That would have been a sweet interview. They are podcasters, right? They are influencers. And also, not to mention, I think it's unethical for this son and this daughter to platform their parents, right? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying there is a difference here, and I think you need to pull it apart. No. Chat says, I understand your point, but Nick Fuentes, he's a monster, sure, but he's an extremely charismatic person. This couple are just two dumbasses. They're both college graduates. They're both educated. They're both taxpayers. Now, it's funny, because my comment section was like, Brittany, I feel like you're infantilizing these people. You're infantilizing these people. You're infantilizing them. When I said they were old people on the internet, I meant someone's parents. I didn't mean to infantilize their opinions. You're infantilizing them. They're grown-ups. And they're too old to not know better. So here they are, too old to not know better, on a platform with millions of people who could see this interview, possibly, right? At least hundreds of thousands. They make money doing this. This is how they make money as old people. I'm assuming their son gives them a cut of the channel. I'm assuming he's not demonetized, right? Okay. So again, like, you keep not categorizing these people correctly in a sense, and that's why I think it's interesting. Okay. So again, like, all of this conversation has to be with like, what role are we all playing in society? So my MAGA parents, I would never put them on the internet. I'll show you guys. I have clips. That's a problem. Hold on. We're getting distracted because I have clips where like stay with me here. Hold on. Let's watch this for a second. Give me a second.
Rated, and you don't need to go to one.
I think our education system is just terrible.
I think it's a prestige thing, which absolutely pays you shit when you get out the back door.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with you, which is why I want free college, as is the case in many other countries. As a matter of fact, in a lot of these other countries, they sometimes even pay you to go to college. Did you know that?
Well, I wish they would pay her.
Yeah, I wish free colleges would be here, and I wish our whole education system could be revamped.
I agree with
Okay.
you there. Our education system sucks.
They're woke. Your parents are woke.
But this is not real. I remember when we
Your
were.
parents are woke.
They're not. They're
They
doing a
want
little
Medicare-
weird woke
They want
bit.
Medicare for all, and they want free college. They are Bernie voters.
They
know
are
what?
though. I remember.
Okay. So my chat was doing this thing where they're like, hold on, let me see if I can find it. Hold on. This one. Hassan's goal with this is to model and how to have conversations with older MAGA people for his audience. I don't think the hat is a big deal. I watched the whole thing. It was fun. It humanized them for me. Hassan actually got them to agree on universal health care. Their son was stunned. Okay. First, right? I watched the interview. Watch it again. And this is the thing. The fact that you needed Hassan in order to humanize human beings is the problem. If you are deeply embodied progressive, you don't need anyone to humanize humans. Humans should be humanized. All living creatures should be humanized. All human creatures are valuable. And the fact that Hassan was your first venture into humanizing other people, that's on you. You need to meditate, okay? So that's the thing. The fact that you can't humanize MAGA voters is the issue with the world. The fact is, all humans are valuable, okay? That doesn't mean we don't agree, and that we agree on everything, and that doesn't mean that we don't have problems, okay? Right? And then on the other part of it, okay? Oh, sorry, the construction distracted me. Another part of it, he goes, Hassan even got them to agree on universal health care. They did not agree on universal health care. They did not agree. Notice that when they answered questions in the interview, he'd be like, that's not what you say in private. Exactly. You think our MAGA parents aren't racist, homophobic, misogynistic in private? You think they don't know how to play nice when they're around a liberal? Go watch their own show where they think they're safe and then see the difference when they're on Hassan's show. The mom kept saying, we're guests on a show. We're guests on a show. She kept literally telling the husband, shh, we're on a show. We're a guest on a show. This is what I think is interesting. Like, this is what is hanging out with our MAGA parents. Trust me when I say this, like, they did not change their minds. You'll see that in their work, right? Like, you'll see it in the work as they move forward. Now, look at this one.
I think the way you guys think, because you're young, we're old. But when you get to the end like we are, we start thinking a little different. We really do. Like, every day is a gift to wake up and be alive. So if somebody is out there doing something in the street to a young kid or an animal that I don't like, I'm going to go out there. I'm going to say something. I don't know if I'd pull a gun or anything.
ICE agents, would you intervene? If you saw ICE like nabbing a kid, would you intervene?
If I saw them hurting a child or an animal in any way,
Well, they've done
whoever's
both.
out there, I'm going to intervene.
Tracy Nolan killed her puppy. The Department of Homeland
yeah, we
Security
brought
secretary,
this
she
up
shot
right
her
now.
puppy in the head and then dumped the puppy's body in a landfill. You guys like her?
No, I did read that.
Yeah, that
Okay.
was not good.
We don't agree with that.
Dad,
That's
you said you
ridiculous.
didn't. We talked about this on our show, and you said you didn't care because you grew up on a farm and saw like that all the time.
You're right.
I
I
think
didn't. Now, there you go again, putting words in my mouth.
Y'all are
didn't-
putting on.
I think your
I
parents
am
are
putting on
woke,
a
Chad.
bullshit show.
I think they are.
not-
They're putting.
Hassan treated them with kid gloves. And I'm sick of it. So one of the things that I changed in my own life, you don't have to do this, but I stopped treating my parents with kid gloves. I stopped doing this with my parents. I started treating them like their age. I said, you're too old to be acting like this, so I'm not going to talk to you until you grow up. Period. We're talking about people's fucking lives here. No more walking around eggshells. Use love and compassion, but tough love. Hassan is babying them. You are infantilizing them. They're just a sweet old couple. They're literally supporting like Trump and everything he does, but they're just a sweet old couple. They're grown-ups. They're grown-ups. And we have to start treating people like grown-ups with love and compassion. But this isn't funny anymore. So I understand. I'm really trying to break a generational curse, so that's why I'm suggesting these things. We've already tried this. We've tried this for 30 years. We have tried doing this. And I'm saying it's time we really have a strong conversation with our families. I'm not talking about blocking people or cutting people off. I'm saying creating a standard. Okay? So again, like, I agree all people can change, but the probability of them doing this is so low. The fact that people in Hassan's audience are literally convinced he changed their mind is so sad to me. Like, that is not what's happening. Like, that is not even what's happening. Okay? That's not even happening a little bit. But even if they did, it wouldn't be Hassan who did it. It would be them. We cannot take credit for people changing their minds. People change their minds when they're ready. They did the work. We do not change people's minds. Hassan constantly says debates don't change minds, right? Because they don't. We don't change minds. You change your mind. Give yourself the credit for coming to that conclusion. But there's no way these people changed their mind. And if they did, then their work moving forward better reflect that, right? And that's the point I'm trying to make, right? Okay, that old man said he's okay with genociding kids and dying in the war before. I don't think he's salvageable. That's what I mean. Like, what do we? And then people were like, "Oh, the mom would be fine if her husband died. She could be saved." That's not how that works. You know, that's not how that works. Okay. So again, when we're having this conversation, for my audience, for my goal, for your families, the goal is to be kind and compassionate to all people, and to recognize like you still have to hold adults accountable. Okay. So back to my chat. Okay. So then they said, hold on. I want to make sure I respond to the ones I told I was from. Okay. I don't know, girl. You can't ignore these people exist. There's no platform here. The platform was TikTok. There is a platform on YouTube. They have a YouTube channel. As far as the hat and joking with them, I think that's what they meant. I don't know. It's one thing that got Bob the dad to be a little bit more human. So bringing out the Nazi swastika made him more comfortable, because that's what you just said. So to be clear, when Hassan put on the MAGA hat, the dad got a little bit less defensive. Yeah, guys, you think I haven't used every one of these techniques with my parents? I've never worn a MAGA hat, but you think I haven't used these techniques with my parents? Nothing changes though. The adults do not change their minds because you made them more comfortable. Like, that's making them more comfortable is a human thing, but that doesn't guarantee they'll change their mind. Okay? That's the problem. That's the thing. Okay? It said these people exist though, and they vote. And I think it's important for Hassan to use his privilege to talk to people like that and maybe get them to second guess some things, because it may help change someone else's perspective. So why are you doing it by platforming them and supporting their podcast and linking it in his videos? You know what I'm saying? Like he linked their content. He sent people to the content. He thinks it's funny. And I'm saying, I don't know what the joke is. What's the joke? You should be going to therapy with your parents once a week. You shouldn't be doing a podcast that allows them to get a microphone. Do you know what I'm saying? Why do they need a microphone? You know what I mean? I'm not saying they shouldn't have one legally. I'm saying, why are we acting like this is just a teehee funny podcast? I don't get it. Even on his TikTok, they were added. I saw on his TikTok, he linked it there too. So it was a collaboration. He collabed. He platformed. So I don't know why his viewers are like, it's not a platform. They're just right. What would have been cool if Hassan actually talked to real MAGA parents who aren't influencers, like real people, real voters. That would have been beautiful, right? Like that would have been really nice. If he talked to actual people who were just confused, that would have been so nice. But he didn't. He talked to content creators. What was the point of that? You know what I mean? I don't get it. So, I didn't come to this conclusion off of nothing, guys. Like, I just feel like, are we doing this still in 2026? Like, are we still platforming people? Do you know what I'm saying? Are we not being more cautious with our collaborations? Was that just me? Was I the only one who started to do that? Was I the only one who felt so like, maybe this is my like philosophical embodied sense of justice, whatever, autism. But I took it pretty seriously when you guys were like, hey, why are you collabing with these really bad people? You're like, you're right. Why am I collabing with them? And then I stopped. I stopped with Kyla, who supported Destiny after the allegations, which was interesting because even FD collabed with Kyla after that. You know what I mean? And so did CJ the X. So like, that's what's interesting is like, why are we collabing with these people? And I know you want to build bridges. I don't want to build bridges with predators or predator supporters. And I feel like that's pretty okay. And then Chad goes, you're crazy, bro. What? They literally are predators. Destiny is a literal predator. And when, like, I don't understand what else he has to do for you not to even, I wouldn't even talk to anybody who knows him. So I'm saying, why are we still collabing with these people? You know what I'm saying? It feels a little like, the problem with politics. It just feels a little bit like the enemy of my enemy is my friend a little bit. It says, but to be fair, you were defending it for a while. Defending what? No, I did not. Don't put words in my mouth. Defend what? Never defend what? I stopped talking to Destiny before that predatory stuff even came out, bro. What? Most people didn't even know about it. I'm talking about after it came out. I was literally almost 2 years off of Destiny. Okay? I only collabed with this man for a year, bro. Okay? Who? Sneeko? The moment women came forward, I dropped him, bro. Sneeko? No, bro. The moment I got word. Absolutely not. I dropped him, bro. Sneeko and I stopped collabing before I moved to Europe, guys. That was 3 years ago. I haven't collabed with any of these guys in over 3 years. I dropped them, bro. What are you talking about? Yes, I was faithful in the meaning I had hope that they could get better. But the moment it was obvious, bro, I dropped all of them and blocked all of them. That's what I'm saying. I literally blocked all of them. So all of this idea that like, you guys understand, I know from your heads, you think things went on longer or things happened differently. Go and check the receipts. The timelines are very short and I was out. Okay? So you have to kind of like process this information of like, I'm trying to do better. Why is nobody else? You know what I mean? Why is nobody else who has a bigger platform? And is this the point? And I'm not saying you should compare it to me. I'm saying this is why my stance is the way it is. So you ask me, Brittany, how do you come to these conclusions? My values, my morals. Before, my values and my focus was opening the bridge. And then I closed the bridge because I realized it wasn't going to help with these people who were too stuck in their ways. Right? But like, that's why I'm explaining it to you. Okay? I'm not saying they should do anything different. I'm saying I think it's good enough of a reason for you to doubt these people's embodied beliefs if they're willing to do these things. You know? That's what I think. Now, I understand that on the internet, there's a lot of ego that goes into this. So a lot of people want to give themselves credit for changing people's minds. I don't think that's good. Look at the way Hassan titled this video. Many people are saying this is my best debate yet. In quotations. I don't know if his editor put that title in or he did, but do you see what I'm saying? Even the fact that Hassan was willing to debate Charlie Kirk before he died, you know, he was gonna do it. Like, I'm saying, why are we even doing that? I think there, again, what is Hassan's job? What is his role? So, okay, Dr. K is like, people always ask, like, what about Dr. K, Brittany? I don't get it. Again, Dr. K is a doctor. He has a completely different relationship to these things. And look, if you have more data, the Dr. K is doing something different. We can talk about it, of course, because I'm not married to this. I'm just coming to conclusions based off data. And by the way, I don't even like, Hassan is politically, like, sure, he's good enough. But like, what does that even mean? Because politics is not good enough. And again, every one of us can become stagnant. Every one of us can be conservative. Again, how many, quote, leftist men in quotations have to be outed as predators, have to be outed as liars before we start really holding people like, hey, watch yourself. Who are we to not be suspicious of these men who so casually do what they do? Like, who are we not to be suspicious? Like, at least in the back of our heads to be like a little, what's going on there? You know? So even though he has maybe good intentions, okay, and I did agree, like the criticisms towards Dr. K, I said, like, I agreed with so many of the criticisms. I just want people to have the right reason for why they come to their conclusions, right? Because there is something about that, okay? There is something about that. Now, okay, listen to this one. I just completely disagree with everything you're saying. And this is a first for me because I typically agree with your perspectives. I find it very reductive to see the whole conversation as just making fun of the parents, not to mention how essentially infantilized you present elderly people. Hassan literally softballs them the whole interview, bro. He flirts with them. He's literally being so nice to them. You guys literally admitted they softened up when he wore the MAGA hat. What are we talking about? As if elderly people means you cannot reason. I meant it's I think it's wrong for this young son to encourage his parents to be on the internet, which he did approach them with. He was estranged from his parents and then approached his parents and said, do you want to do a podcast together about politics? And his parents were down because of course conservatives are down. They love talking about their stupid bigoted ideas. Okay. I'm saying if my parents, okay, let's say my parents started a podcast, you know, I would have an ethical obligation to then denounce their opinions. Okay. That would be my ethical obligation. Chat says, do you think these people shouldn't be talked to at all? No, I just think the context needs to be appropriate. The context needs to be appropriate because every context changes the situation. I talk to MAGA people all the time. I'm related to MAGA people. I do not platform MAGA people. You are not coming on my stream to talk about your bigotry. Because if you're at that point, you're not going to change by collabing with me, bro. All I'm doing is giving a microphone to more bigoted ideas when we already have enough bigotry in the world. We need to solve problems. And you do not solve problems by having the conversation. We've already done this 1,000 times. And I'm saying keep doing it, by the way. Trust me, I used to be you. I used to be the person who was like, we should just talk to people. I agree. We should talk to people who are doing the work and meeting you halfway, who are actually trying to be better people. These people are not in no way, shape, or form trying to deconstruct their bigotry, you know? Okay? If you're having we watch real conversations all the time between anti-trans and trans people, and you can always tell when it's for entertainment. This was entertainment. And I'm saying MAGA is too serious. Life is too serious right now for you to be entertaining us with bigotry. I am not entertained. Okay? Not to mention, the comment goes on, not to mention saying kids hate their parents when there's literally a moment specifically made within their episodes to humanize each other. Humanize each other in therapy, in privacy. The moment you record it and put it on the internet, you are not humanizing people. It is very hard to humanize people when there's a camera. There's just it's very difficult, okay? So no, I don't believe it. I don't believe they are trying to humanize their parents. I think they saw a great business opportunity with a great spin. So good, they got interviewed for it, multiple places. I think they saw a great opportunity to both get their ideas out there because they both are never going to budge and they both think they're right. That's what I see, okay? It says, let's see, the reality is that if we don't showcase these kinds of conversations, if you don't platform these people, then people will go on mythicizing them. Also, it's not as if they're constantly questioning. It's not as if they're not constantly questioning and challenging these people and acknowledging the deeper personal issues that lead to their mindsets. Not just concerning the propaganda that they're constantly consuming. As far as for the MAGA hat, personally, I found it infusing a bit of humor into the conversation greatly helped the conversation, as in getting Bob more specifically to be more open and actually listening. The moment he spoke in this conversation is honestly more comprehensive than anything I've seen in many episodes I've watched of their show. These people are real. They exist in my real life as well. And I am constantly met with projected idea of libtard. That makes conversations with them nearly impossible. This show has drastically improved my real life ability to understand these people's mindsets and media diet better than any other leftist media I have consumed. To say that it's platforming bad behavior people isn't fair and wholly discredits the actual complex work being done on the subtle levels. It's just giving black guy goes into Nazi town to talk to white supremacists. And I just think that content's bad. I think it's bad content. Chad says their mom did seem pretty philosophically malleable when she responds to challenging. Guys, she's literally a woman raised under patriarchy, fawning at the opportunity under any man's tone at her. Anytime Hassan was strict with her, she fucking loved it. Anytime her husband said something, she's just a woman trapped under patriarchy who's trying to tell you what you want to hear so you don't get mad at her. I love you so much, but how can you say you've deconstructed patriarchy and don't see it right through every word she says? Patriarchy is upheld by the women who marry the men who uphold the system. She's literally just trying to make the situation better, like every woman trained under patriarchy. That's it. That's all you're seeing. Okay? So when I see this and I go through the content, all I'm seeing is oh yeah, I know what this is. That man held back. They all held their tongues. That's why the son was like, oh my God, Hassan, you got I can't believe they're saying this. It's because they're in front of Hassan. It's because they're in front of Hassan. I don't understand how, I know I'm the autistic one. That's why I say, can you guys not read a room? There is no way. Now, I'm glad some of you feel like something is magically happening or something is really meaningful here. I don't think it's true. I think it's slop that's meant to make you feel good. But, okay. Let's see. The comment goes on and says, oh no, I already did this. And I said I'd respond to this on stream, which I did. Okay. Again, I love that it's helping you, but this isn't just about you, is it? Because I hear you, okay? But there are a lot of ways to have this conversation that isn't this, in my opinion, okay? Just that now you're infantilizing the woman. She has her beliefs and is firmly confrontational when she fully disagrees with what's being said. When the Okay. I am not saying she is not capable. I am saying all of us are victims under white supremacy and patriarchy, and all of us have to deconstruct the programming that make us come to the conclusions we think we reached because of, quote, free will. I'm saying I am not infantilizing her. I am recognizing where she is coming from and the struggle she might have to really voice an opinion and or get locked into a lifestyle she believes is more right than the one she could have through liberation. Okay? She married this man and stayed with this man. She obviously holds similar beliefs. And the specific part that people are trying to give her credit for is just her saying, oh, yeah, I see that. I see that. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. That's not her agreeing or coming to a realization.
When the whole student loan forgiveness thing was going down, we did multiple episodes about that, and you guys were against it. Dad, you were like, you gotta pay. If you got that degree, you gotta pay.
Wait, that's the old them. The new parents, they're on board.
You did this. You turned them woke. Just
see, like they're joking. It's all a jokey joke. Hassan's like, oh my God, that's the old one. This is the new one. So Hassan is not gonna charm the Nazism off these people's pants. Like he's not gonna charm the MAGA out of them. That's what he's trying to do. He's literally trying to be cutesy. This is not a time to be cutesy. This is a time to be serious. But that's what I say. These people are not serious. Okay? It's not. There's like no seriousness.
today it happened right here on this very show.
Ask Chad and Haley how much they paid for their school.
Yeah, we don't
their
need to
college.
do personal stuff on a damn podcast.
Yes,
Stop
we
it.
have discussed this at length on our show too. You guys helped us with our student loans. What's that?
Here's what you paid for your college.
Okay, stop.
Big zero.
Stop.
But imagine,
We also had scholarships. We are very grateful for your financial aid, helping us pay off our student loans and all that.
And what did you do with that degree, Chad? All you do is podcast now.
I know. Believe me,
Bob. I'm with you.
My dad doesn't like anything that I do professionally. And for the first, 15 years, I was selling TV shows and I'd still get a call from him once a week. Why aren't you going to hang this shit up and come do natural gas with me? And I'm like,
Chad said, okay, that was missing. Thank you. Still in reality, the way many more MAGA people agree with leftist policy when framed out of context, I feel like that could have been happening with her during this. I am so optimistic. This is why this is so funny for me, because I am such an optimistic girly. But that is too much optimism. That's ignorance. And I know, because I had that ignorance. And I'm just telling you right now, I think I'm past it, and I want you guys to get past it as fast as possible. But I understand, and I hear you. I think there are truly the right kind of Trump voters to get through to. I've seen it work, right? I have seen it done, and it is not by platforming them. The best, listen, this is personal anecdotal. I have an incredibly Trump family. I have gotten more through to them in the last 6 months than I have in 30 years. And the only thing I changed was putting my foot down and treating them like adults. No fucking throwing, kindness, compassion, love, but no pulling punches. Every time they say something, I go, no, you read it or you don't talk to me. Different topic, or we're not going to talk on the phone right now. I love you. Absolutely not. No, I love you. Absolutely not. We're not having this conversation until you do your research, and I'm going to give you the links. You can watch it or not watch it. I love you. Okay. Or I've told them, first, I love you. Second, I love you enough not to treat you like a child. Yes. And they go, yeah, don't treat me like a kid. I go, okay, then if you believe this, you must follow through here. It doesn't matter if conservatives would be socialist if it was done a different way. They're still going to vote for Trump. Okay. They're still going to vote for Trump. And that's the point. Is it's all well and good to be nice to your neighbors. I think you should always be nice to your neighbors and your family. You should be kind to people. Feed everybody. Everyone deserves healthcare, education, housing, clothing, all that jazz. But this is not that. This is a public show with possibly millions of eyes, and all you're doing is making MAGA voters seem like the sweetest people who ever existed, who, by the way, they are. I don't know what to tell you. MAGA voters are some of the sweetest, nicest people I've ever met. And they'll fucking throw you under the bus faster than your mom can say, Oh God, put it in me again. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't know what to tell you. Those two things are true at the same time. I need you to process that. That if there was a literal civil war, my parents and I would be on opposite sides and we would love each other as we literally fight it out. The love doesn't change because we're on other sides, but we would not be on the same side. And that's what I need you to process. And I love my family unconditionally. Okay, you will never understand how much I love my family. And I radically accept that we'd be on different sides, right? That's what I'm saying. So there is no conversation to be had. And that's what people need to understand. The reason I do think, and I told my parents this, I said, the ball's in your court. When you're ready to have a serious conversation, I'm open. But until then, I'm not going to call you anymore. And do not message me. And if the next time I see you is at your funeral, that is what it is. See, Chad gave in. Chad said I was estranged from my parents, but if politics is the only reason we can talk, let's do politics. And I said, I've already done this. I did this in my early 20s. I already did the whole tried not talking to my parents thing over politics. Didn't work. Now I said, okay, I'm going to break a generational curse instead. I'm actually going to be the leader in the family that nobody decided to be because no one in this family will be the adult. In order to be the adult, you must actually have a standard. Because if we didn't believe that to be true, we wouldn't be so upset with this administration. Does this administration feel very adult to you? No. Why? Because nothing is serious when we're talking about people's lives. And so for me, this felt like a huge miss from the person who's supposed to be the biggest name in this space. You know what I mean? And look, if the left in Hassan's audience, if Hassan's audience is like, Brittany, this really humanized Trump voters for me, that was on you, boo. You should have already been doing that. The fact that Hassan had to show you means you should have already, how are you a progressive and you can't humanize Trump voters? That's what I'm saying. Is it embodied for you that all people deserve health care and rights? That means all people. All of us are free or none of us are free. All. All of us are free or none of us are free. All. How in the world was this your first time humanizing a MAGA voter? You know what I'm saying?
This is my career, Dad. I'm going to stay here in LA.
Wait, propane and propane accessories?
Trade natural gas.
Stop it.
I never once invited you to trade natural
Yes,
gas.
you did.
First of all,
Yes, you did.
I don't think you'd be worth shit at.
Yes, you did. We are very proud of both of
Your
you.
dad is
I'm not
Hank
even
Hill.
listening to his bullshit today.
I know.
We love you both. We're very proud of both of you. Haley has her own business. Chad's doing his thing with podcasting. He's a genius. He knows how to do it. He's trying to train me to be a podcaster.
Why am I
on
not
the
a
road.
genius?
You're a genius in the bakery business, how to bake things and how to market things. But
So these are the moments where everyone's like, the mom is so nice. The mom is so sweet. The mom is literally just doing what every mom I know ever does ever. Do you guys not have a mom? This is what my mom sounds like too. And this is what my dad sounds like sometimes too, when my mom is the other side of it. My parents switch the role. My parents are switches, you know? They switch. Yeah, you guys not have a mom? That's what I'm saying, girls. I know. Okay? Chet says you're right. I think old people can look harmless. And you said, and Tem being old as fuck. Oh, them being old as fuck made Nick Fuentes comparison look far-fetched, but their opinions are genuinely terrifying. That's what I'm saying. I know it looks far-fetched, and I understand that Nick Fuentes is moving in political circles. He's trying to be somebody in a political sense, in a bigger sense. But that's how he started off. Remember that. Remember, because I did the same thing you did. I used to think this about Andrew Tate. I used to be like, no one's going to take Andrew Tate seriously. It doesn't matter. But let's be real. The reason Andrew Tate, the reason Trump, the reason any of these people end up becoming famous is because we talk about them and we make them famous and we platform them because they're sensational and people love the sensational. So they're like, oh my God, come on my podcast. So what was Hassan's whole thing? Hassan interviewing the viral parents. So they went viral and Hassan's like, I got to get on this. Why? Now, did Hassan not do the research? He must have, because he knows they have a podcast. So what is like when people in my chat are like, Brittany, they're not influencers. What is an influencer if not a podcaster? Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, chat says we still track down elderly Nazis post World War II, even though they were little old men. Exactly. Are you accountable or not? Now, listen, I believe in radical love and acceptance and also accountability, which means I do not believe in punishment. I do not believe in prison systems. I do not believe in torture. I do not believe in violence. Okay. Generally, I think all of these things are bad, and yet we have some variations of them utilized within culture to move us forward. But generally, we want to move away from a violent society, a bigoted society, a prejudiced society, and we need to start holding adults accountable, meaning we're not going to pull our punches because they're little old people. Okay, just because they're old, we're not going to pull our punches. And as a son, I don't know why you would do this to your parents. Why would you? They talked about death threats. They talked about how scary it was and how they have to deal with all these things. And they were like, yeah, like he warned us we would have to deal with it. Why would you do that to your parents? Like as a son, they're adults, but why would you as the son do this to your parents? Hey, mom and dad, you want to start a pod? It's not like his parents already had a podcast. He was like, do you want to do a podcast with us? Do you know what I'm saying? It's different. I'm asking him as a son, why would you even suggest this to your parents? Why would you throw your parents to the wolves like this? Because it's not like it's not like, what's the point of it?
That's why I'm in this business where right wingers tell me they want to kill me all the time. But in any case, getting back to it, so you're in favor of free college. You're in favor of free college, free trade schools as well, right? I assume that comes with the territory.
Wait a minute. I didn't say free college.
Yeah, we did.
What I said is you don't need to go to college to get a degree that pays you.
Yeah, but you guys
I never
also
once said free college.
Oh, so you don't want free college?
What I did say about free college is those two people on your podcast here, they got free college.
But
I think you can get a great job without a college degree. A great job.
so here's the question though. So you don't want free college, Bob? Like why is it that you don't want free college? Why do you want Americans to not be competitive in the international marketplace? Like why do you want our labor force to be less educated?
I think if you pay enough for college, it can be worth it. But paying $300,000 or $400,000 for a bartender's degree is stupid.
No.
He's talking about AOC, bartenders.
Just attacking AOC.
I don't understand what you're trying to say though, Bob, because like what if you didn't have to pay for it? As a matter of fact, you don't have to pay for it in many other countries.
You are misunderstanding what I'm saying. Most parents, and especially if there's two of them and they're working, can afford to spend, $150,000 on a college education for one of their children.
Mm-hmm.
But those same two people can't afford $300,000 or $400,000 for one child to go to college at a school that will absolutely bankrupt them when they get out.
Okay, but how about a third option, right? Which is an option that exists in many other countries where
Free?
they don't have to. Yeah, free. What's the problem with that?
I don't think you do it for free.
Well, why not?
Somebody has to save up and get that money to go to school and get an education from a university that means
No,
something.
but what? Can you tell me why? Because it's not technically free. It's still paid for with taxes and subsidies.
think the reason why you guys feel this way is because that's what you had to do, and you don't want to see anybody have it easier than you had it.
Yeah, it's
That's
why you
correct.
didn't want. It's why you didn't want loan forgiveness. You're like, well, if I had to work for this, you got to also. It's like you don't believe in the betterment of America. You just want the betterment for yourself, and it's a selfish outlook. Like, why wouldn't you want other generations to come up and be able to go to school without being in debt? Why wouldn't you want that? That makes a better America.
It allows freeloaders to be freeloaders.
If you're going to college,
Freeload for
you want
education?
to learn.
Yeah.
You know what this reminds me of a little bit? Not exactly, but a little bit, because I think it's a little different. But you know how women are posting about their bad boyfriends online and their bad husbands? And then we're like, why are you showing this to us? We don't want to see it. Okay, it might be a little different because they might not have any way to do it. They might be in abusive relationships and this is the only way to get a message out to the internet. Okay, this is what this feels like. Like, why are you putting your parents in my space? I already have parents I deal with who are like this. And my parents are louder and speak 3 languages. So it's a different experience, but let me tell you, I already have to deal with this at home. Why do I want to see this? Now, I know for some people, they're like, this really humanized my parents. I already rehumanized my parents. It's called therapy. Guys, if you want to humanize people, go to therapy. Do you know what I'm saying? Go to therapy, do philosophical work. You should be humanizing all living creatures on the planet, including animals, non-human animals. You should be working to humanize, to dignify life. You should be doing that already. But I understand if this is where you're at, but then know that's where you're at. And I'm saying I'm past that, and I think you should keep going. I'm saying you need to move forward. This is stagnation. Here's the question. Is Hassan ever going to grow? Because that's what it is. Like when I watch people, I'm like, are you growing, bro? Or like, is this it? Is this it for the next 30 years? Because a lot of conservatives do that, right? A lot of conservative creators, they've been saying the same stuff for 40 years. So I'm saying, is Hasan, I've always warned you, Hasan could be conservative one day. And this is why. If you stagnate, if you do not deconstruct, if your content and work does not change with the moment, he will become Ezra Klein one day. And that's what I'm saying is probably going to happen. Because remember, it's all about it's the ego. Hasan changed their mind, Brittany. Hasan did not change their mind. People do not change their mind because of YouTubers or books or what they read. They changed their mind because they were ready to be a different person. This is the philosophy girly in me. Okay? You know? So again, when I have these conversations, it's because I'm saying we need to heal the world in a different direction. I don't think this is it, you know, but I see why people think it's it. I just don't think it's it, you know?
I think your parents
Yeah.
are woke, Chad. I think you realized something
You
about your
did
parents
that.
today. No, I didn't do
Yes,
that.
you did do that. I'm telling you.
No, I
some
didn't
of
do
those
that.
things that they were saying, like, oh no, we think the same way you do. I'm like, 100% they are lying to your face, or you really did change them.
No,
They're lying.
I think that the next conversation that you have, they might have a different attitude. But I think the principle that I always have is that most people want what's best, but they've been led astray.
No. All people wants what's best. Even Nazis. I take it. I have a pretty deeper, in my opinion, analysis of this. All human beings want the same things. That's why they're genociding other countries, because that's the justification, right? And so I'm saying, like, you're doing this thing that everyone keeps doing, and I'm saying, let's do something else finally. And that's why I'm willing to be the bad guy for a while, because I think in 10 years, people are going to look back and be like, oh, Brittany was ahead of her time. I do. I think I'm ahead of my time. And I'm saying you're right now because everything I'm seeing is going in this direction. Everybody that I do admire in the philosophy spaces, they've already been talking about this for 30 years. Everything, that's what I'm saying. Political spaces are so behind. Political spaces are too busy fighting fucking MAGA instead of actually thinking about liberating people in their consciousness. And I don't blame them. That is the bubble, right? That is the bubble. I don't blame you. You're not at fault. I'm not pointing fingers or blaming anybody. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing. And this is why it's going to go in circles. Okay? Chat says, girl, you're going to get smoked for your self-confidence. Well, you can come back and tell me I was wrong in 10 years. But I've been pretty good about my assessments. And remember, and just remember, while everybody keeps trying to point out that I was nice to people in the past, do you want me to keep being nice or not? Because Hasan is not the exception. With his reputation and the way he decided to have a platform, he cannot be the exception. He might be better than Destiny and Sneeko, but talk about a bar in hell. I do not think he's the best content creator. I do not think he's the best one to be the loudest, but he's the one you guys chose. So, okay, fine. But there are so many other leftist male creators. If you needed to be a man, misogyny much, if you needed to be a man, there are so many other better people. But see, they don't want it. They don't want to be famous. They have responsibilities that are serious. But had they wished to be famous, I think they were better equipped than Hasan was. But I'm glad Hasan exists. He's obviously, he's got a calling, And that's not true, chat. Chat says Destiny also made Hasan. Destiny did not make Hasan. That is a Destiny talking point. Destiny did not make Hasan. Hasan made Hasan, and all of the people that supported Hasan made Hasan. His uncle made Hasan. His community made Hasan. Destiny did not make Hasan or Nick Fuentes. They participated and collabed, and the way the strategy goes to be famous. Listen, if I wanted to be more popular, I would do as many collabs as possible. See how I deliberately make intentional decisions to not collaborate? I'm not looking to be famous or viral. I just want to aim for the truth. I want to try to be better. While Hasan is busy trying to be famous, I am busy trying to figure out what's true. A lot of us, I think, in the world are. Michael Burns just made this really great video about not debating people. And I think Michael Burns is really trying to figure out what the answer is. But again, this decision, this conversation is the wrong way to have it, right? Chat said Destiny absolutely made Hasan. How does Destiny make Hasan? Does that mean my parents made me? Nobody makes anybody. If you know anything about internet fame, a shout out isn't enough. You have to maintain the content. Hassan surpassed Destiny years ago. He's literally bigger, more prominent, and more important in every way than Destiny ever could be. Okay, he's a much better person. His values are much better. He has a much better platform. Destiny didn't make Hassan. Hassan made Hassan by taking opportunities and utilizing them in the best way to maintain status. But that's like giving credit. Like, you sound like a misogynist that says like, oh, these women would be nothing without these men giving them jobs. The guy who gave you a job did not make you. Just like the debate lord you watched didn't change your mind. You changed your own. Okay? Yeah, Discord said, how did Destiny make somebody that literally started out as a Nepo baby? Literally, how would Destiny have made Hassan if Hassan literally started off on TYT? Chad says Destiny or Hassan wasn't popular till Destiny started hanging out with him. But that wasn't Destiny. That was everybody else Hassan was also talking to. I don't know why you guys don't understand how things work in the world, but when you get it, it will blow your fucking mind. I'm telling you right now, Destiny doesn't make careers. Destiny is just in everyone's business. And so if you collab with Destiny, everybody sees you. But that's not because that's what made Destiny. The only reason Destiny got to fame is because he collabs with everybody, even the losers in alleyways who nobody should be talking to, he collabs with them. So he's in everyone's space. That's just a strategy. That's not because, you know what I'm saying? That's it. It's just getting your, it's the Kim Kardashian. It's just a Kim Kardashian move. Kim Kardashian and Paris Hilton made a deliberate decision to show up where paparazzi would be so they would be constantly photographed, and that's how they rose to fame. That's how you do it. You get in everybody's business. You're on every collab. You're in every thumbnail. Boom. That's what I'm saying. So this whole idea, you know what I mean? That like, oh, Destiny made Hassan. Like, it's a strategy, bro. And Hassan is maintaining that strategy by like uplifting these people, by wanting to debate Charlie Kirk, by doing all these things. And I'm saying there's got to be a different way. And if there's not, there's not. Okay. And I know my chat thinks this guy's a troll. I know. I see you. Maybe that's true. Here I am in good faith. You know what I mean? Here I am in good faith. Okay. Hold on. Let me just make sure there's no other. I think I answered all the comments that I said I would. I'd feel bad if I missed one though. Oh my God. I love this person just responded to me. I missed it. Because they said the reason they started the podcast is because their political differences were impacting their ability to have a relationship. I know you guys are projecting your family onto this family, but like, okay. And I said a podcast means they're working, they're creators. And they said the podcast is voluntary for everyone. They also did therapy on the pod, which was arguably the best they've done. I get it. You guys are watching this family, and it's funny because I'm doing the same thing, but I'm on the other side of things. You're seeing this family, you're like, that's like my family. And I'm seeing this, I'm like, that's like my family. Do you get it? You're like, oh my God, that's like my mom and dad, and I love them. And I'm like, yeah, I've done this before. I know this game. I love my parents. I'm on the other side of it though. I don't hate my parents. I'm not going to baby my parents. I'm on the other side of it, being the adult in the room. And I get it. If this podcast made you feel seen, I'm so happy for you. If this live stream made you feel seen, I'm so happy with you. I'm so happy for you. But when you're done and you're ready to heal and get past this, you've got to hold the adults in your life accountable. Okay? You've got to do that. Because as Brittany watches the exact right amount of anime, I have no enemies. I have no enemies. Okay? I'm just here to point out what I'm seeing. So again, my work, my belief, my fundamental belief is I do think people can get better, but I think most people won't. Not because they can't, but kind of. I don't really believe in free will the way other people do. I think you only have as much free will as you're able to kind of like trigger. So like free will might be dormant. Think of free will as like a dormant concept. And the more you introspect and extrospect, the more free will you have. And as long as you stop introspecting, extrospecting, the less free will you have. Which is why you want to baby maggot people, and I do too. Because you're like, man, you really don't know better. You're like a baby. But they're not babies, are they? And that's what's so weird. The world to hell is paved in good intentions, and the world is too ignorant to ignore. But that's the problem. We are doing that right now with this podcast. Okay? Just that I think Hassan is aware he did not change their mind much. He said before that he's done stuff like this not to change their oppressors' opinions, but even just a small percentage of the people watching. I know. I swear to God, I know. I'm saying I recommend we do something else. I'm doing something else. The reason I'm covering this is to point out how I'm doing something different. You know what I'm saying? Chet says, do you feel like you could fall into the same mind trap as Hassan? Every single human is susceptible to bias and prejudice. Every single one of us for the rest of our lives will do a racism, a misogyny, a homophobe, a transphobe. Every single one of us, no matter who we are or our lived experience, will be bad. Period. So then it is our job to constantly deconstruct and introspect. It is our job to constantly say, oh shit, my bad. I did a racism, my bad. I did a homophobia, my bad. Fuck. Okay? You said I meant ego-based actions. Every single one of us is a biological creature evolved over millions of years, and we are the byproduct of all of these other things that came before us, and every single one of us is susceptible to having a relationship with ego. You keep thinking, you keep asking questions as if I'm saying I'm not a human. You keep asking questions as if to insinuate, hey, are you self-aware? You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, I'm only as self-aware as I am capable of being given the tools I have, right? We're all only as able as we're able. And I'm saying, when you see a person stopping to introspect, so here's the thing. You ever have friendship? Let's say you have a friendship with somebody, like we all have, and you think you're growing in the same direction, and then you notice your friend starts veering in a different direction. At what point are you going to accept that your podcasters, your content creators are also veering in different directions? What is your podcaster, your favorite YouTuber, what do they have to do for you to realize, I think we might need to break up? And I'm not saying break up with Hassan. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying, what does a person have to do? Can you see why people feel like he's not progressive enough? Can you see why people aren't interested in his opinion? Because he feels like a kid. If this was a high school setting, he would be a popular kid. That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying that should be suspicious to you. It should be suspicious to you that he would be popular. And not like, cheerleader popular. He would be popular. He would be Alphaba. He is Alphaba. He is Galinda. He is Galinda. Love Alphaba. He is Galinda. He's a Galinda. He might be an Alphaba who's a Galinda, but he's still a Galinda. Do you know what I'm saying? Got my Wicked fans in here? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, he is playing too much of the game to not be a Galinda, even if he's an Alphaba being a Galinda. I'm an Alphaba. A lot of my audience is Alphaba. We don't want to. We're leaving the Emerald City. Bye, bitch. Good luck. We tried. Do you know what I'm saying? Bye. And I'm saying, I think that's the answer. I think Alphaba Part 2. You know what I mean? Yes, he's Wicked Part 2 Glinda. For sure. Yeah. I think he is. And that's what I'm saying. I'm like, But Galindas have to be Galindas. That's why I say he's also meeting a calling. He's also doing what he's supposed to be doing. Because he could never be an Alphaba. You know what I mean? But I think the world would be better if it was Alphaba. Isn't that obviously the message of realistically of the movies? I didn't read the books. Wouldn't the world be better if it was Alphaba? Then why are we always so obsessed with maintaining the Galindas? You know what I'm saying? Because that's what humans do. Humans always default to the Galindas. And I'm saying, okay, well, you're doing that. I'm still going to be the Alphaba. But also, I hear you and I feel you and I see you and I humanize you. You are valuable and beautiful and I recognize your humanity. And also, so again, it's not about making a change. I'm not making a prescription. I never make prescriptions. I'm saying and explaining to you what I'm doing. I'm explaining the metaphor. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry. Great metaphor. I read chat when I said that. I'm explaining the situation through character, right? Yeah, he is the status quo. He is the status. And I'm saying I will always push back against that status. Always. And that's all I'm doing. You know, just as he thinks he wants to be Elphaba, but there's a fear there and he defaults to Glinda. Young Turks Hassan, young Glinda, current Hassan, Wicked Part 2 Glinda. Yeah. I think like he has good intentions, but I think it's too hard for him not to be who he is. You know? I think that's what it is. And I don't blame him. That's what I'm saying. How much free will can he even have? How much free will can Glinda even have? Sometimes we just fit into our tropes. Like, I could never be a Hassan or Glinda. I'm not pretty enough. If I was pretty, like that pretty, it'd be different. When you're pretty, your world is different. Your options are different and you fall into expectations. And that's the thing that changes things. I'm not saying that despairing, like, I'm not saying that like, oh no, like, it's just true that we are products of our bodies. Like, when we come into the world treats us and we get that feedback. And then we're like, what bubble do I fit into? Hassan has gotten a certain kind of feedback for a very long time. It's the same feedback Glinda gets. And so there's that, right? No. Discord said, girl, you are pretty. No. Wait, don't pause. I know I'm pretty, but there is a different level of pretty we are dealing with here. Okay? It is the pretty of the feedback. That's like telling Elphaba you're pretty. Tell that to Elphaba, who's been discriminated against her whole life because she's green. We know she's pretty. That doesn't change the fact that the game is played different for her. The game is played different for me. It has been my whole life. Okay? You know that a lot of people treat people differently on pretty privilege. We know this is true. They've done studies. Okay? So we know that's true. So if that's taken into account, then we have to know how it plays into even this. So I'm not saying it, again, this isn't sympathy points. This is facts. I am making an observation that is going to change how you interact with the world. And that's why at some point, when you're having a relationship with the world and you're like, where am I supposed to be in this space? Sometimes the best space to be is forward. Don't leave people behind, but also don't hold yourself back. So what I always like to do is I like to run ahead of the group, come back around and try to push people forward. And then I like to run ahead of the group and come back around. But I can't wait for people either. But also I want you to know, like, hey, when you're ready, we're over here. I just had a family member reach out to me and let me know, like, hey, dude, I'm in therapy. I was like, holy fuck, you're in therapy? They're like, yeah. I'm like, this is the most incredible news I've ever gotten in my whole life. And I was like, I am so fucking proud of you. And they're like, I just wanted to call you because I thought you'd really like to hear that. I was like, fuck yeah, I want to hear that. That's amazing. And I think that's a part of that process. I really do. I didn't do it. They did it. But they knew I'd want to hear it because they know I've been so much like, when you're ready, I'm over here. And the fact that they finally are like, hey, bro, I caught up. I'm like, I'm so happy for you. It's the first step of something very long. And it's a big process. But just the fact that they reached out to say like, hey, I did it. I'm seeing a real medical professional, like a real one. I was like, who are you seeing? Google. Let me Google it. They're seeing like a real medical professional. I'm like, damn. That's what we want. We want to heal the world by letting people know there's a place to end up. I talked to one of my other family members and they were like, there's nothing. They're in their nihilistic phase. They're like, there's nothing beyond this. There are 3 who keeps going to 2. And I was like, that's okay. I'm on the other side of it. You don't have to get there. If you think you're going to be happy in this bubble, I support you. But just know there is something beyond that dread. And they're like, nah, bro, there's not. I know there's not. And I was like, okay, when you're ready, I'm here. You know, when you're ready, I'm here. I am already there. I'm living every day. Look at my life. Look at my life as evidence that I promise you there's an answer here. And that's what I want from creators. Let your life be the evidence that things are good. So yesterday on stream, somebody said, Hassan always says people shouldn't live his lifestyle. That's what Destiny used to say. Destiny and Hassan and all these boys on the internet, you ever notice that all of them go, oh, I can do it because I'm the exception, but nobody should live my lifestyle. No, you are not the exception. And therefore, Hassan is just a man after all, isn't he? All men think they're the exception. They get to be the workaholic. They get to be this person. They get to be the person who's hopped up on stimulants all day. They get to be the exception. You're not the exception. You are literally the rule. Everyone thinks they're the exception. And when I radically accepted I was not the exception, everything radically got better. But I didn't get any richer. That's the difference. That was exactly the advice I'd given to Sneeko before we stopped talking. If you take my advice, you will be poor. He did not take my advice, and he is very rich. Okay? None of the advice I give will ever make you rich. Not monetarily, at least. But you will, for once in your life, be pretty okay with existing, and you might just feel pretty good about waking up every day. And you won't feel existential dread over the fact that the world is ending, because the world isn't ending. It's just the way it always has been. And you're a part of it. You are living history. Congratulations, you made it. You know? Like I said, I think Hassan is doing his best, and I don't assume bad intentions from him, but maybe I'm naive. He hasn't always been pretty and talks about his past, but I do want you to keep myself from being too biased on Hassan and getting other opinions. I'm still open. Just to clarify, I agree with you. Has anything I said made people think I don't agree with you? Right? I do think Hassan is doing his best. It's just not good enough. But he is doing his best. It's not good enough for where I think humanity should go, but it's good enough for where he is. Everyone's doing good enough. MAGA is doing good enough. Nazis are doing good enough. Everyone's doing good enough. But it's not good enough. This is philosophy. Philosophy is saying you're perfect the way you are, now change. Do you guys get that? You're perfect the way you are, now change. That is philosophy. And that is the message. I promise you, relax. You are so perfect the way you are. Now change. Okay? Take your time, but do it now. No rush. Take your time. You can't rush these things. Also do it now. You know? Ted says, I think men get a lot more space to opt out of responsibility, whereas femme people are raised with responsibility from a young age. Oh, ready for our next topic? Let me talk about it. Because next topic is exactly that idea. Are women, are pick-me's, more responsible for upholding patriarchy than the men who establish it and maintain it in the way that they do? Because that's exactly the issue. I do think women, I think people like me, femme, non-binary people, whatever, I think we are held to a much higher standard than these men. And a big part of it is because we want to be, and a bigger part of it is because they could never reach it. I don't think any of these men could ever attempt to be as good as most of the women in this space, or femme or non-binary people in this space. They couldn't even attempt it. And so they don't. And that's why they're popular. Because they're not attempting to be better. They're doing it in all the classical ways. Money, aesthetic, women, status. And we're saying none of that is important. And they're saying, but that's all that matters. And that's why they rise to popularity. And I'm saying, okay. Or like faux intelligence, right? Okay, let's move into this because I think it's really interesting, actually. This is from the Audacity podcast with Lisa Sovereign and their guest Therese. You've seen Therese. We love Therese. Shout out to the girls. Check out this section.
Hey, we're going to find our way out of it again. But this is another reason why a lot of us, me personally, how we can't stand pick-me's, because they are literally, in my opinion, the number one factor as to why we can't move forward as a group faster. What do y'all think about that?
Agreed. They do two damaging things. Number one, they give the right wing credibility.
Yeah.
Because we say, oh, well, no, we're not sexist. We got a couple
Here's
ladies
women,
up here who agree
yeah.
with women. We let them talk for an afternoon. And the second thing that's going on is that they will continue to prop up these systems and engage.
Oh, wait, I just want to say, this is from November of 2025, so it is a bit old, and the ladies might have updated their opinion since then.
In these behaviors that make it harder for us to dismantle them. So they're used by the right as credibility, and they literally do things every day that prop up the very systems we're trying to dismantle.
Yeah, I blame them even more so than I blame the patriarchy, actually. because I feel like, no, I'm so serious, because the patriarchy can only exist if we got a certain percentage of women helping it to exist. They're using these pick-me's as pawns. You can't really win a game of chess without pawns. Like you're exposed.
Yeah.
It's all over with, right? And so they're purposely signing up to be pawns day after day after day. And it's like, can we just get to the point already? Because I just feel like the reason why I blame them more is because think about how much powerful we would be as women if like 70%. 80% of women just all got on the same
It'd
page.
be over.
It will be over overnight.
Real quick.
Literally,
Real
it will
quick.
be
I mean,
over.
even look at the women's strike in Iceland. Like, they literally left the babies at home and went outside for 12 hours and it was over. The men were like, what were the demands again? Yep. Check. Sign here, sign here. Okay. Like, please never do that again. Please. Like,
Did you see that SNL sketch from like 2 weeks?
Pause. I very much disagree with this point, and I kind of feel like maybe she's venting because it feels really wrong for this to be a genuine thought. So I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt, maybe think like, girl, are you venting? Because realistically, that's not how humanity works. 2, I don't blame anybody. This is why I don't blame people, because blaming doesn't actually get to the root of the problem. So I think she might have just meant it like as a vent, like a personal vent. But realistically, like even MAGA women, even conservative women are still, and I think Lisa would agree with this because Lisa just put on her own TikTok channel, not making fun of these women who post about their husbands, because ultimately, like, they're still on a journey, like them not being feminist enough. They're on a journey. The patriarchy channel we watch, oh shoot, I can't think of the name of it right now. She was just talking about this too, how she was at an event and this woman came up to her who is in a more conservative lifestyle. And instead of writing her off, she embraced her and she realized her son, her husband were there. And like, you know, there's like this idea of like, yes, you meet people where they're at and you have your work. I will meet anybody where they're at as long as it makes sense and you're trying. And also, I do think there's room to criticize pick-me's, but I think you should be careful because pick-meism, in my opinion, is the result of patriarchy. Like, you can't be a pick-me without patriarchy, convincing you to internalize misogyny and believe that you are less because you're a woman. That's why you become a pick-me. Drew Afawalo has a book, and her book is about being a pick-me, how she used to be a pick-me, and she said, I internalized misogyny. I have definitely been a pick-me at stages of my life. Oh my God, now on this gender deconstruction journey, I realize I'm actually just like a boy. Right? So I'm like, oh shit, that makes so much more sense. Why I just also like those things. The thing is like when I hear women talk, I do struggle to identify with the struggle as I get older, but I will say I believe in the struggle and I experience the struggle. So internally, I don't feel the struggle as a woman. I feel it more as a queer person, but externally, I experience it as a woman. Because externally, I am not androgynous. I am not masculine looking enough to be considered like, like, I don't think Hassan and his community or Destiny and his community see me as a boy or a deeply like a stud, a lesbian, no, mask lesbian, right? But so then they discredit me for being just a girl. But that's not even the full picture. So then it's like, okay, I'm processing how the world is perceiving me, and then I'm processing my internal relationship to the world. So again, introspection. That's what my levels are about. Introspection, everything in relation to yourself. Extrospection, everything outside of yourself, right? So for me, it's hard to see this conversation happen in this way, even though I understand the feeling about it, because I do think it's the wrong way to view it.
Weeks ago with like our wives have disappeared and then they just
I think I did see
business
that.
trip or
literally
they went out to lunch.
Ryan sent it to our group chat.
I did see that.
Yeah, it was so funny.
But it's so true though. But yeah, I honestly think that it wouldn't even take 70%. I think we'd probably do it with 60%.
Yeah.
But
seriously,
it would have to be consistency.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people talk the talk like they have certain leftist values, but when it comes to the follow through part, they're not so
true.
follow through. And people will, I know you two have been attacked because you're in relationships and people are like, I'm in a non-traditional relationship, so I don't get as much of that heat as you do. But like there's, oh, well, you can't decenter men when you have a man in the house. Watch me, bitch. Like it's actually
literally.
not that hard. It's not that hard.
Yeah. And he knows it. Like
Mine isn't traditional either. At least not to me, it's not.
Yeah. It takes a shift in thinking. And once you kind of made that shift in thinking, it's like how once you see something, you can't see it once you've made that shift in thinking, but it takes time because it's like a reorienting of how you process thoughts, how you understand history and your entire nervous system. Once that gets to the point where it needs to be, no man, whether he's in your house or not, can fuck with your shit.
Facts.
Because you won't allow it. You won't allow it.
I literally keep telling women this. I went with the live that I just did on TikTok a couple days ago, and Lisa came up. Like, we literally just like, this is just where these women are. The ones who don't believe you can descend a man and be with them, they're not there yet. And I hate to say it that way, but that's literally just, it's that simple. Like, you're just
It's
not
a
at
canon
that place.
event.
Yeah, it is a canon
Feminism
event.
also has canon events. Like, you're going to go through your anger stage, you're going to go through your depression stage, bargaining, whatever. Like, and not in that order, you know, but like most pick-me's are in their denial stage, you know, like it's just, it's one of those things.
Well, I think they're talking about two different variations of pick me. There's the pick me that truly, really believes, oh, maybe they're using pick me a little differently. There's two types of pick me's. I think they might be talking about, okay, so the first one I think about is the woman who has truly internalized misogyny to such a degree where she actually thinks she is less valuable than a man, which is the kind I had. I literally started to question if men were literally better than women, like biologically or some bullshit, you know, like as a kid, as a young person, I'm 36 now, right? Like this is a long time ago. When I was a kid coming up as a young person, okay, in her 20s, I had to think to myself, like, is that true? Like, am I literally less than? Am I never going to be strong enough or big enough? My mom would always say, you know, men are the greatest at everything. Funny enough, men are the best makeup artists and the best hairstylists and the best cooks. You've probably heard this your whole life, right? I'm like, is this true? Is this true? Am I never going to be good enough because I'm not a woman? But then at the same time, my mom raised me to run a business. My dad raised me to run a business. It's like, what the fuck? What is this? Okay. So then as I deconstructed, it turned out to what I think the second category they're talking about is maybe the woman who you see in MAGA, who's very much like, who's still a pick-me, but her pick-me-ness is, she's at the more shallow end of it, which is like this, like a Blair White. Like, you know, I'm the exception as the woman in this space, and I'm better than the other women, but I'm never as good as the men. It's like another level of pick me. I don't know if Blair has even processed or like even started to deconstruct her misogyny, internalized misogyny. I don't even know if the women in MAGA, like, you know how Lauren Southern went through her whole thing? And Lauren Southern's a bad example because she really went in and out of the space and she didn't get as popular. And also she was a layered bigot, which is a thing. But her assault stays with me. Like, I'm haunted by Lauren Southern's rape by Andrew Tate. Like, I'm haunted by the thought of her being alone in that space, surrounded by men. No one believes her. And just getting in the car the day after, you know, we went over this on stream, getting into that car and telling the men in her community, like, hey, I was raped. And them just being like, oh, dude, that's crazy. And then her having the realization that, like, oh my God, I'm in a foreign country surrounded by a group of men. I'm the only woman and I've just been assaulted. And what am I supposed to do here? Like, and like, you would think that that would be the thing that would lead her out of the conservative bubble, but it just ended up creating a blog post she posted, which is just like, conservative men need to do better. And so it wasn't enough for her. So then there's like there's something really like just so devastating about that. Like, I find that so devastating, right? And so when we're having these conversations, I think there's but I think they're right. The girls are right generally. And I understand, look, there's this whole thing about not calling girls girls, but then I've been really thinking about that. Like, why do some women say like they're not girls, they're women, but then we call ourselves girly pops and like girlies? You know what I'm saying? I get what you're saying. I agree with you. I agree with you when men call women girls, but also we all call people girls and boys. So I'm trying to catch my language as I say it. I'm just speaking out loud now. But I do think the women on this podcast, I do think they also are allowed space to kind of like make a jab or talk casually or vent some stuff as well. So I think it's kind of multi-layered in that sense, right? Chat says, for me, my pick me era was much about men, attention from men, just saying the most vile shit, thinking I would get all the attention. Could have been internalized misogyny. I mean, I definitely wanted validation from men to confirm that I was like smart or funny or capable, definitely. And I think that was validation seeking also from just like my parenthood. When I say my parents are so stereotypically that immigrant parent that's never happy with you, bro, they're happy with you, but never happy with you. You know, they'll say, oh, my kids are the smartest, but nothing's ever good enough. You start seeking validation from everybody. You know what I mean? You're just like, bro, am I good enough, bro? And look, We are validation seeking creatures. I do seek validation. I got the nicest comment on my podcast channel. P.S. guys, I changed the thumbnail and the views went up like 9K overnight. Isn't that funny? YouTube is crazy. YouTube is a crazy place. I literally was like, I got to change this thumbnail. I can feel it. I changed it. Boom, 9K overnight. What the fuck is my life? Anyways, go check out that podcast about how conservative men are predators. And I got this very nice message on that podcast, a little super comment with a little, they paid and they did like a little super comment. And it was just so heartwarming to me. Like, I need that validation too. Like, I also need the validation of like, hey, this is good. Or, hey, like, this isn't good. Or like, hey, Brittany, you got it. Or Brittany, that's not a good one. Like, I also need it because we're communal creatures. Like, I am in a community. This is a part of my, this is one part of my community. This is one of my communities. All right.
You said that on the heels of every time they tighten the grip, then we push back.
Wait, Chet says girl dinner, girl math. Can I just say, I think that is everything girls create for themselves is so safe outside of patriarchy. Girl math and girl dinner is so safe outside of patriarchy, and I still think would exist. Like, it's yes because of patriarchy, because boy dinner, but I say that to my partner, I'm like making a girl dinner tonight. And like, they know what that means, but also I understand that it comes from a place of maybe thinking opposite of like men dinner, which is like a full dinner, like a girl dinner, meaning like almost like an anorexic dinner. I understand there's a lot of implications, but also a part of me almost feels like, man, in a safe space, this would be fine. Same thing with like walking naked or wearing certain clothes, or that's what's such a struggle is like, in a safe space with just girlies, I still think we could be wearing burqas or being nude. I think because men exist and we wear these things for men, it's hard to deconstruct, is this for me or is this for men?
Mm-hmm. That also always happens because when this 1830s and 40s cult of womanhood thing was going on, the Seneca Falls Women's Convention, that was 1848. Then you had the abolitionist movement. Then you had the 13, 14, 15 amendments. Then you had more women entering college. So kind of like we from about 10 years into that, white women were like, haha, I don't think so. And that the first wave, literally the first wave of feminism started at like 10 years after that cult of womanhood bullshit. Like 10 years later.
I'm giving us around the same amount of time or less. What y'all think? Because I was thinking the same thing. Like every 10 years, every 7 to 10.
I would agree because, okay, Therese, what do you think about this? So my latest conspiracy theory after listening to your series, and listen,
Love
this
it.
is not,
I know,
okay,
right?
Don't attribute this to Therese. This is, unless you want credit for it, Therese.
Okay, what's your conspiracy theory?
I'm wondering, because you know how they've been threatening us with AI women and like all that? Like, is that the new means of production? And like, are they freaking out now because they don't think it's going to work? Like, they can't develop the artificial womb. They can't even make a...
Hold on. Kat says, wait, I truly don't think girl math is safe in any space since it implies that women are financially irresponsible, playing on how women are bad at math, not intelligent. Yeah, well, girl math plays on patriarchy not being the breadwinner and assuming a man will pay for you, right? Isn't that what it kind of plays on? Like, the women have never had to be financially responsible, which is not true, by the way. That's a myth of patriarchy, and therefore they're bad with money. I guess I think you're right that, look, girl dinner, all these things are patriarchy, but I think girls in our own communities could create similar jokes, but they'd be more like, they'd be a new word because, humans are going to human. We automatically create names for our vices. So like, I guess in a world that was under patriarchy, the meme would be more like, I don't know. That'd be hard because we'd have to make up the culture in our heads. But there would be a word for it. I'm saying things exist. It's not like if we dismantle patriarchy, all of the hierarchy stuff goes away. It's like, no. Just because we dismantle systems doesn't mean humans stop being these biological creatures that evolved over time, right? Yeah, girl is derivative of the norm, which tends to be man. Thank you. Exactly. So then it would be something else, like, yeah, maybe kid self dinner, or like when you don't sleep and you don't know how to cook dinner, or like people who only order food dinner, something like that. So then it's like, I agree with you. I do agree with you. I do think it comes from patriarchy. And lazy dinner. But see, I don't even believe in laziness. Lazy dinner is a great, actually, fuck yeah, chat. You're so smart. Okay, lazy dinner is a great example. I don't believe laziness exists. And yet we have a word for it, lazy dinner. But what is lazy dinner? I'm out of spoons. I don't have the energy. I really can't cook and I really have to eat. That's not lazy. That's just smart. You're being efficient. But we'll call it for short, lazy dinner. A great example. But it's not really, that's why language can be really important, because like, that's why it has to also be a safe space where it exists. So to my partner, I might say, oh, I'm going to go lazy dinner tonight. I don't have the spoons. And they're not going to internalize that I'm lazy. They're not actually going to think I'm lazy, you know? And that's what it is. It's like, you have to be in such a safe space with somebody that knows. And maybe this is the whole thing with Hassan and everything else, right? To wrap up this segment, because that's all I want to show you from the girlies, to attach it to this conversation, right? Like, just to bring it all full circle, really, because I'm going to take a break and stuff, is like, nothing happens in a vacuum, including your taste or preferences or thoughts about life or why you do what you do. Everything has an action and reaction. And like, there is going to be a consequence of your action, good or bad. It's just the reality of life. Everything we do matters in a sense. And the fact that we exist is a process of like observation and experience. So, you know, all of these words, all of these language, even the way you do your thumbnail, like, can you not, when you look at a YouTube page, can you not almost tell what genre of video you're about to watch because of the thumbnail? And that happens because one guy made a video thumbnail this way and everybody went, oh, we're making our thumbnails now this way. And then everybody followed. But not everybody in every genre makes the same kind of thumbnail. Oh, I noticed people in my genre make this thumbnail. I'm going to start making this thumbnail. We are creatures of habit, which is interesting because, you know, in the girly bubbles, they talk a lot about how like porn addiction isn't real. The consequence of what feels like this thing called porn addiction is real. You got to stop ignoring the fact that something is happening. The loneliness epidemic, men are in pain. And there's something about self-infliction. When I come back, we're going to talk about the divine feminine. Okay, the divine feminine, because that, talk about an alt-right pipeline. Divine feminine language, we'll talk about it when I get back. But this is why I say to you, we must be aware of how we're showing up, even and especially when we think we're on the right side of history, especially when we think we're right. Especially when we think we're right. That's it. That's all I want to caution you is like, be aware. Be aware of it. Because there's a lot of like, I want to solve the problems. And it's very dependent. And I understand that, like, who we're talking to. Maybe in some bubbles, I might say like, men's pain is self-inflicted. But that is a superficial commentary on the problem. Do you know that? I make commentary like that. That is a superficial commentary on a very big problem. It's true, but it's superficial because it doesn't actually get down to the root of the problem. I just want to encourage people as we move into 2026 to really understand and read the room when people are being superficial with their analysis. Like what I think just happened here. With Hassan, I think it was a superficial attempt to, quote, bring people together to host this family. And I think it was the wrong move to make. And I think this commentary on this podcast is probably out of date because I don't think it's like a way we should be thinking about like pick-me's are more responsible than patriarchy. Like what? Patriarchy is the reason it exists. It's like blaming Diddy's victims because they stayed and benefited off Diddy and they were raped by him. Diddy's victims also stayed and got perks from staying, but they were still raped. Diddy is still the most responsible. Yes, everyone is complicit in different ways, including pick-me's, including women. We uphold the patriarchy, but we are still victims. We're both things, but somebody is always more. Somebody is always more if they didn't exist, none of this would exist. This is the result of this. That's why you go to the root of it. Because if the root if we get to the root of it, all the other consequences change. But right now we keep trying to get the symptoms instead of the root. And I'm going for the root, girl. My only focus, everything else is a distraction. I only want the root. That's all I care about. Okay, let's take a break. Let's take a break. Hey, let's take a break. I'll be right back. Doo-doo-doo. Okay.
A robot, like,
Ooh, wrong one. Pausing music. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's see. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da-da. Sorry, one last note. I just think it's really funny for people to be like, you know what we don't have enough of? Representation of MAGA and bigotry. I better get my parents a microphone so we have more representation. I just read a comment that's like, I think this is really good because we need to see representation. And I'm like, is there not enough already? Do you know what I'm saying? Is there not enough already? Guys, be respectful. Don't talk about how great my OnlyFans is in chat. That's so disrespectful. Read the room. We're talking about feminism. Also, my OnlyFans is fantastic. Thank you. I take great fucking photos. Okay? But don't be disrespectful. Okay? Don't be disrespectful. Read the room. That's what I mean. God damn. Can nobody read the goddamn room? Jesus Christ. It's like going to church and being like, yo, I love your OnlyFans. Bro, don't tell on the nuns like that. Relax. Also, they forget that's a different job. You know what I'm saying? People gotta chill, bro. Okay. Let me see. Ba-da-da-da-da. Okay. Delete. What is this? Okay, here we go. Divine feminine. What the hell is that? What is the divine feminine? Who knows what is that? I got a comment on my video talking about, which video was this? Holy fuck, scroll. Oh, this one, the Dr. K one with the girlies. Okay, scroll back down. Oh my God. Okay, I honestly don't know if focusing on the consciousness alone and not the biological gender or even self-assigned gender is what would bring more or a lot of people true joy and satisfaction. I think it's cool to have the option to be consciousness alone that isn't beholden to any gender identity or sex. And everything is a spectrum after all. First of all, I never said that. That is not the goal. That is not the point. Loving the consciousness as themselves can also include and engage in gender, right? So it's not about one or the other. You know, it's not about one or the other. So that's first. And until humans truly evolve past it, biologically, mentally, spiritually, it matters. I never said it didn't. Obviously, it matters. It's both in all things. It's called intersectionality. You know, I feel like none of you are practicing, not you guys, my chat. I love you. I feel like people are not practicing intersectionality. All in everything. You are many intersections. Yes. This person goes on to say, I agree, Cat Black is stagnant, but not for the same reasons you do, it seems, which is interesting. Dr. K also brings up very interesting, good points in the podcast he talked on. However, I think we see much kindness and care from women and femmes at the moment. Men and boys need help right now. Yes, but because women and girls, the feminine in particular, has been repressed for so many years, abused and degraded, there are going to be a bit cruel and narcissistic, mean even, in order to protect itself. Women are so tired, exhausted. So they're being extremely overprotective and harsh. It says they won't give much courtesy until there's significant change from men, until there's an entire overhaul, really, until men will be stuck with a hole they dug for themselves. Hold on. Did I fucking skip over? Oh, this one. Sorry. The divine feminine is fighting back by looking coldly onto men, uncaring upon themselves and self-preserving, being overly selfish and narcissistic and mean. Sorry. That was the sentence. I was like, what happened? This sentence right here. The divine feminine is fighting back. I said, hey, the divine feminine is only something I hear in conservative, I said that wrong. In conservatives, in spiritual bubbles, say, or maybe some woo bubbles. I don't really get the idea very well. What do you mean when you say it? Just so I understand where you're coming from. They didn't respond to me. Okay, that was 2 days ago. They didn't respond to me, but I got thrown into the divine feminine bubble. And I went down a rabbit hole to try to figure it out. And I just want to cover some of it with you really fast. Not too in depth, but just something, okay?
The divine feminine energy.
Oops.
Very little people have a true understanding of what it means to be in the divine feminine energy. And this is a very logical consequence of the society that we live in, which is patriarchy. The divine family rarely gets promoted. The divine feminine energy is such a powerful energy, but not in the sense of the word power as you know it. We associate power with force, but the power of the feminine energy is in her love.
Pause. You know, I grew up with a conservative mother who would say, Betsy, the power of the feminine. God made us so feminine. And women, we can convince men to destroy whole countries. You know, women, we can control the world if we want to. But look how we don't. Here, we don't respect our bodies. We don't respect ourselves. We degrade our femininity. And I'm just like, do I look like I got feminine energy to you, bro? Like that? You know what I mean? Like, do I really look like I'm about to play that game with you? You know, it's like this weird fetishization of feminine energy. Like, oh my God, you have this feminine energy. Like, woman is power. Like, woman is divine. And it's like, I don't know, I guess. I mean, women ain't shit, but like, they're better than men. But also, what? Men ain't shit. I don't know. It feels like it makes me almost want to become like reductive about my own beliefs because I just hate it so much. Okay? But it is what it is, you know? Because what does Batsy mean? And is it ever used condescendingly? No, Batsy means my daughter. In this, like, it's very normal in Arabic speaking or Assyrian speaking homes for people to reference their kids as like my child, my daughter, my son. Like, it's just it's the way you talk to your kids. Like, you know, you give like almost like it's not a title, but it's like a reminder of like, you know, my daughter, my love, you know, the same way you would do, it's a form of affection.
And her nurture. And if we were to implement this on a societal scale and have women in leadership positions.
See. Look at this imagery. You ever see the witchy imagery of women and you feel like, ooh, super empowered? But then you see this imagery, you're like, I'm out. I don't like it. But then you see other versions of it and you're like, ooh, I like that one. I don't like this one. This, I do not feel like this gender. Whatever this is representing, I do not identify.
Ruling from their divine feminine and not the masculine. This would rule out wars. This would kill patriarchy. And the divine feminine has the power to completely shape the divine masculine, but not from force, from love and from nurture. So before all men click away, really hear me out here. This video has the
She caught me. I was about to click away.
Potential to shape and change society. I want to explain to you what it means to be in the divine feminine and also end with some practical things that you can do to really start to tune into the divine feminine energy. Because the divine feminine energy is actually the creator energy. It is also the energy of manifestation and creation. So this energy is useful for anyone. First of all, let me give you a little bit of a sense of what the...
Great question, chat. Why is divine women always ethereal and pretty? You know what's crazy though? Look, You know what? You know what kind I like? You know what kind of imagery? Like, I'm gonna have to mute it because I'm gonna get copyrighted. I don't even know if I'm probably gonna get copyrighted for this. This is my vibe. I'm into this like this energy of like, if we're gonna go divine femininity or whatever, it's gender fluid, it's queer inclusive, it's got all age groups and colors. It's like a very, you know, like, okay, we've got like a lot of variations here that work for my brain. Okay. And also it is more femme, but also I assume would allow some variation of different energy. But I think like I can vibe with like, I love Marina. Oh my God, I love Marina. Oh my God, I love her. Oh, like, that's what I'm saying. How do you not listen to music? I love her so much. She's really gotten me through so many things. You don't even know how much she's gotten me through. But even Marina and the Diamonds, way back in the day, not Marina, but Marina and the Diamonds, her very gender war songs, everything is, she's evolved herself. Have you not seen the growth in her music? The growth of her embrace, her philosophical changes along the way? She's not some pretty princess anymore that's fighting for like hot men. She's changed into a grown up, you know? She's just like, oh, she's so good. I love her so much. So, okay, here, I'm going to link this song in the chat. If you guys haven't, if you don't know this one, you got to know this one, okay? Love it. It's called Man's World. Ooh, it's so good. Anyways, so, and this was done 5 years ago, but I love this video. I love everything about it. I'm down. I'm here. I'm vibing. But also, okay, I think it's very different than this.
The divine feminine energy feels like. The divine feminine energy is soft, loving, gentle, sensual, receptive, nurturing.
This is where my mom would come in and say, Betty, slow down. She goes, when I got engaged, she goes, I really hope your partner can teach you to slow down and be soft and be calm. And I said, yeah, no. That's her job. That's not my job. Okay. You couldn't talk to my partner about that. That's not gonna happen. You know, it's like this idea of like, you think because I embody, or I have this body, and you assigned me this gender that I need to be this. Not this even. My mom's not even this, for the record. My mom is literally not even this. Like, that's what's so funny. My mom is not this. My mom is a different. She's a conservative feminine. It's different than this, you know?
And magnetic. First of all, let's make a distinction that we have the healed divine feminine and the wounded divine feminine.
Look, okay, look at this list though, because I can kind of vibe with a lot of this list, right? Like, feminine, because I do believe, like, some people believe to deconstruct gender, you must also deconstruct this idea that there's even female and masculine energy, or feminine and masculine energy. Call them what you want to call it, but it's obviously different. So that's what I would do. So, okay, there's only 2 categories here, but I would say there's like 7 or 8. That's why I like Myers-Briggs or categorization systems, because whether or not you think you're unique, which you are, you're not special, and you can be categorized. So there's something to this that I think does resonate with people, because we are some of these energies. Like, I will never be her. I couldn't be her. Like, I would have to pull off a grift so good for me to make content like this. Like, imagine it. This is a YouTuber just like I am. She's just like me, except we are nothing alike, because I could never pull this off. And a part of it is because of what I look like. I know you guys, I'm not saying this insultingly. I think when you look a certain way, you tend to gravitate towards certain things. Yes, from society, and also from your own understanding of self. You know what I'm saying? And so when we have these conversations, I do think it resonates with people for a reason. You know, because of things like this list, okay?
Just like we have the wound.
It says feminine energy, receptive, passive, contractive, intuitive, inward, natural feminine, unconditional love, understanding, nurturing, tenderness, kindness, intuitive, creative feelings, stillness, flow, radiance, wounded feminine, victim, powerless, weakness, manipulation, withholding, codependency, masculine, projective, active, giving, expansive, outward, natural, masculine, confidence, inner strength, responsibility. Like, just by this description alone, I'm both. This is why some of us think we're gender fluid, or maybe some variation of non-binary, but I'm both of these things. Like, all this, I see this whole list, I'm like, yeah, that's all me. Confidence, inner strength, responsibility, focus, logical, supportive, stability, direction, protection, clarity. Like, okay, and stillness, flow, radiance, surrender. I mean, I'm all these things. It just depends on my mood. You know? Like, yeah, vibes. Okay, now let me show you. This is called Which Divine Feminine Are You? 7 Powerful Archetypes. So then this moves into Gabor Mate, Jung, everyone else who does archetypes. But like, there's an archetype. That's okay. Which one are you?
Right now. It's been really interesting to me. You've probably heard people talking about the divine feminine, rest, intuition, healing, softness. And it kind of sounds like the divine feminine is just one thing. But what if I told you that she's many things? And what if I told you that she's not just some trending thing on TikTok? She is ancient and she is many. Today, we're going to do something a little different than what I usually do on my channel. I'm going to walk you through 7 feminine archetypes, and we're going to find out which one you are. Some of these archetypes are going to be ancient. Some of them are going to be kind of modern and more contemporary. And I want you to listen.
And by the way, I'm not a fan of this bubble. I just think it's interesting, but I think it's the wrong answer. But I think there's a reason it resonates with people. You know?
Listen and ask yourself, which one are you embodying right now? It's been really interesting to me. I just wrote an article about this for Psychology Today because I think we're seeing a resurgence of the divine feminine as a response to the way that so many of us women have been forced to push aside our feminine side in order to make it under patriarchy. And if you don't like that word, how about just in order to make it in corporate America? So I believe the sacred feminine is showing up at this point in time as an ancient response to a modern.
So there's like this theory, right? That like the ancient or the feminine is like coming to power. So obviously, okay, I'm going to use a lot of woo language, but just bear with me. It's because all my friends are in different bubbles. So some of my friends will say something like, Brittany, the shift is coming. And I'm like, what shift? What's happening? Who? What? Do I have to get new underwear for this? What's happening? And they're like, so-and-so happened with this thing in retrograde something, and also planet something. And they use words I don't know in this bubble, so it's hard for me to convey it to you. But I'm saying, there's like, don't you feel it? I was like, yeah, I feel a shift coming. But I mostly think it's because 2026 is going to be my year, according to my horoscope of the snake, because I am a snake. And like, I'm just like, I just think it's going to be my year, you know? But I don't even really believe in it, but I kind of like the categorization. I'm like, yeah, I kind of vibe with this energy. Also, I did pull some tarot cards, and they say I'm going to have a great year. Off to a great start, you know? But then, you know, what does this even mean? Probably nothing, probably something. Obviously, human beings are really good at seeing patterns. Like autistic people, it's not just us. I think human beings in general are really good at seeing patterns, and we're just seeing a pattern, okay? And then we'll see what happens. You know, we'll see what happens. Because I just think like it's partially the answer. I do think there's something true in this bubble. I just don't think it's all true. And that's one of the problems we're going to have, you know?
Psychological need. And I thought it would just be fun for us to kind of see, where are we at? Which one of these archetypes are we kind of showing up as right now? So as I go through each one, I want you to listen for that inner yes. You know, you might feel it in your body. You might feel a twinge of recognition or maybe even discomfort. I'm going to talk about the shadow side of some of these too, how they might be coming up if, you know, they're in that space where you need to work on acknowledging them or addressing them. So look for that discomfort too. These archetypes are not here to define you. They're just here to remind you, and we're here to have fun. If you're new here, hello, my name is Dr. Amber Wardell. I'm a cognitive psychologist and author and a contributor to Psychology Today, as I mentioned before. Here on this podcast, I do a lot of things. I try to keep it sensible and try to keep it fun. And mostly I blend the spiritual with the psychological. Two worlds that don't all.
Which I'm not opposed to, by the way. I'm not opposed to these two worlds coming together. Dr. K does the same thing. I'm not opposed to it. I don't think that's necessarily wrong. I think you should be cautious again. I don't think it's wrong to believe in things. I think it's wrong to assume they're true and then project them onto others. So you're allowed to hold beliefs. You can hold spiritual beliefs without making them other people's business.
Seem to go together, but that absolutely do. My goal here and also with my Psychology Today column is to help you see the magic in the science and the science in the magic so that hopefully you can heal more deeply, live more truthfully, and feel more whole. So if you love that kind of grounded spiritual insight, hit the subscribe button, send this video to someone who...
That's why you have Britt Hartley doing No Nonsense Spirituality, which is philosophy and spirituality and theology. And then you have me doing philosophy with a mixture of like some level of metaphysics, which is just like, you know, the framework of the levels. It's like, yes, we all have to tap into this thing we're feeling, which is some level of spiritual. That's why I say to be a whole human being, the one element is the philosophical spiritual. You have to know your connection to the universe, your meaning for why. This is very important for us. Even if science is your answer, then you have to have a relationship with that reality. Funny enough, Richard Dawkins and all these people who say they really understand from a science perspective, they're lacking the spiritual element that tells me they don't really know it. Because again, I think like, in many ways, I feel like I understand it more than they do, but only because a part of me is like, but if you understand it, I feel like this should follow. And it doesn't. Like, it feels weird to me when people say like, yeah, I know that to be true. And I'm like, do you? Or like, do you believe it's true? Or like, is it really embodied in that way? Like, is it your life? Does it show up in your life? Which is a little confusing because like, maybe I'm being too autistic about this, but it feels like, how do I say this? Like, maybe I take it too seriously, or maybe I took it too literally. You know what I'm saying? Right? Because if you weren't raised Catholic, would you still be spiritual intuitively? Yeah, I mean, a lot of people who aren't raised religious are. Do you mean me personally? I mean, again, who knows who I would have been. But I think that's why I liked BDSM. I used to practice BDSM spiritually. That's when people have like conversations with me about BDSM being like inherently misogynistic. I'm like, yeah, I didn't do BDSM. Like a lot of people did BDSM very spiritually. So like I just had like a very different experience with BDSM where, you know, I was practicing actively for like a decade in dungeons, and it was very meditative. It was very spiritual. It was very, you know what I mean? You can do whatever you want with it, but I don't think it's always inherently misogynistic. Like I think it can be, but so can anything else. So, you know, it's like that element of spirituality is a philosophical one. It is the desire to know, like, is there more beyond our perception? You know?
On a similar path. And with that said, let's dive right in. You're listening to The Sensible Sessions. I'm your host, Amber Wardell, along with my guests who range
Girl, how many intros are we going to do?
from EQ Lab. Let's start the High Priestess. Archetype 1, the High Priestess. The first archetype we're going to talk about is the High Priestess. The High Priestess has been found throughout history in all kinds of ancient wisdom. She's most known within the tarot. She's known for intuition and inner vision, sacred stillness, and mystery. The High Priestess lives between the seen and the unseen. She is somebody who is watching the external world, but trusting her inner knowing. And I think this one is important because a lot of us who have been raised as women have been taught to neglect our inner knowing. And
okay, trans-inclusive language.
in fact, we have been taught to distrust our inner knowing, particularly if we were raised in high control religious environments where we were told that we were always supposed to be listening to higher authority. We have come to completely distrust our intuition. And many of us are starting to learn that that was wrong, in some cases abusive, and in many cases actually made us unsafe. So those of us who are leaning into this High Priestess archetype are learning that it is safe to trust that inner knowing. I can give you an example. Recently, I was having an interaction with someone from a conference that I was being asked to go be a speaker at, and I really can't describe it other than this person that I was having the interaction with just gave me a bad vibe. And it was nothing about this person. She seemed wonderful, kind, charismatic, but something just felt off. To this day, I wish that I was able to say like, and then I found out that she was actually a problem and everything went downhill. No. At the end of the day, I said no to speaking at this event, and I do not have any reason to know whether or not my intuition was right or not, but I did choose to trust myself. Nothing went wrong at that conference to my knowledge, but what I do know is that I had a bad feeling speaking to this woman, and I don't know if that bad feeling was pertaining to her or if my intuition was giving me some nudge about some experience that I personally might have at that event, but something told me not to go speak there, and I listened to that. And there was a time in my life when I would have ignored that. I would have asked myself, was I being judgmental? Was I being unkind or unfair? And these days, I don't judge myself or the person on the other end of the dialogue or the event or anything else. I just say, oh, I'm getting a bad vibe about that. I think I'm just going to trust it and gracefully say no. That is High Priestess energy. It is saying, I trust myself. I trust my intuition.
Regardless of what you call it, I do think that's good, right? Like, I think it is very important for us to acknowledge that we might have a bad feeling about somebody, but not know exactly why, and still find a way to exit the situation without being like discriminatory, right? So I think that's okay. Intuition is definitely like a signal, but it can sometimes happen from bad data. Like there was this idea about not trusting your gut because your gut is actually trauma informed, but being trauma informed doesn't actually mean you know better. So then you have to be very careful because there's sort of this idea in the trauma community where they do think they're smarter than other people, kind of like the autism community sometimes, where guys, you're not smarter than other people because you had childhood trauma. If anything, you're probably like deeply struggling in a very distinct way, but you might, if you're lucky enough, have enough intersections to allow you to also have the knowledge of what's happening to you, because like that's why our parents, like every MAGA person I've ever met in my life, definitely traumatized, right? And they're not any better. You know what I'm saying? Like autistic boys on Reddit yelling anti-feminist rhetoric. You know what I'm saying? So we have to be careful. Now, I do think there's a stereotype of women, people raised as women, who are people even assigned female at birth. I think those people tend to and can have more overlap with sort of utilizing those trauma situations to be better informed. Oh, hold on, I got a TikTok about this. Or maybe I don't. Fuck, didn't I have a TikTok about this? Right. This one, yeah. Look at this one. Hold on. I'll explain.
Lived in a matriarch. We lived in a matriarchal society.
Yes, we did.
We worshipped the great mother.
Yeah.
And women led civilizations. We were the top of those tribes. Over the course of, the last 4,000 years, kind of women became known for our connection to herbs, to the animals, to the planet, the seasons. As the dawn of religion formed and, civilizations of church and state were created, those women who had the codes, they were called witches. And that feminine frequency has not only become oppressed, repressed, it's actually become forgotten.
Yes.
We live.
I don't know. Okay, so there's a whole bubble of like Gnosticism that I don't know if this plays into, where like there's a bunch of people who have like a connection to sort of like this idea that like women actually started the churches and women were always involved, and Jesus specifically even chose like people to be leader. I don't know what is happening. I don't know what the real history is. I don't know who knows what, but I'll tell you this. I'm kind of less concerned about what happened all that time ago and more concerned about right now. But I think it's important to know, but I don't know how much we can know. So part of me is like, I hear you, I see you, I feel you, but I don't know how to verify any of this because I'm not a history girly. So like, I don't know what to do with that. But I think the imagery is what stands out to me, right? Let's mute it. So like the imagery used and like this idea, okay, I vibe with this idea, not the idea. I don't vibe with what she's saying. Look at the imagery. But also, I don't identify with the imagery. See, the imagery is all like woman and stuff. I don't see myself in that anymore. I used to, but now I don't see it. And I'm like, oh, that's nice for them. Them? Who's them? And I'm like, what's happening? It's not because I don't think I'm a woman or that I don't know that I was raised as a woman. I just don't, this category of woman or whatever you want to call it, I just like, I don't feel it anymore. I don't feel connected to it at all. So all these feministy, womany groups that we've been watching, when they talk about women, I don't know, if they get closer to this, I feel less involved. Okay? And so that's why I'm like, okay, yeah, like there's something I used to love. I used to dream. This imagery, I used to like want to be this. Like I used to want to be like a strong, feminine, sort of girly, but I just like it never felt real to me. It always felt like a costume. And that's what I'm trying to figure out is like, I've always wanted to be, but every time I even tried, I'm like, I feel cute, but I also feel wrong. And so, again, like everything is an adventure and a change and all this other stuff. So it's not like the biggest deal in the world. It's not important that it's stagnant. It's just important that we're experiencing it. But I just find this interesting. Like, what is this bubble? Why are women doing this? Why are they making this decision to go down this path? Is this psychologist in the same bubble or is there an overlap bubble? Right? Like, what is the purpose of this?
I don't have to be messy about this. I can just say, thank you so much. I decline. That's high priestess energy. Are you in it right now? If so, love that for you. So if you're embodying her, here's some things to look for, okay? You might be drawn to journaling, to tarot, to meditation, to studying your dreams. Like maybe you've got a little dream journal sitting beside your bed and you're meticulously writing down your dreams and then thinking about what those might mean. Maybe you've been really quiet lately. Maybe you've always been someone who shares all of your thoughts and experiences. And maybe lately you've been just really kind of keeping those.
Like, I kind of get it, but also, what's this?
And femininity is receptivity through devotion. People often ask me what it means to be a divine feminine. Simply put, divine femininity is receptivity through devotion. As a divine feminine, through your devotion to God, and therefore through your devotion to the development of your own soul, you become magnetic, you become attractive, you vibrate on the same frequency of your desires. For the most part, women in this society have lost touch with that power of attraction and receptivity because it requires a certain stillness and a constant communication with the divine. It's not just centered in receiving physically, but receiving spiritually, knowing when you're being downloaded with a piece of wisdom or knowing when you're receiving instruction. But living in a society that glorifies grind culture while also making it harder and harder to simply survive, this type of stillness is becoming less and less accessible. Therefore, our work is to carve out time to commune with God daily, be still, listen impeccably, take instruction, and act on the instructions that you're given.
Okay.
Pathways to the alt-right. Now there are many, the spiritual pathways to
my girl Bray Hartley,
the alt-right. Now there are many pipelines to the alt-right, sourdough, among other things, but let's focus on what are the spiritual pathways where people will end up there. First is exploring the divine feminine, which can be very beautiful and is very much a part of my own spirituality. But what can happen is it can turn to gender essentialism, where I need the divine masculine so that I can be my divine feminine and be in my soft era, which then goes back to traditional values and then goes back to more patriarchal forms of religion and relationships. And the point of divine feminine is that everyone has these energies. We just called these traits masculine, we call these traits feminine, and it's something that you can explore in yourself. It doesn't necessarily mean that to be in your divine feminine or to explore that part of your psyche that you therefore need a trad wife kind of marriage. Spiritual wellness and holistic healing can really nurture this system of distrust towards any kind of expertise, which then makes you fall prey to things like conspiracy theories. One that I didn't really expect was people getting into like Norse mythology as part of their ancestor work, which I think is really beautiful, but it can turn into this kind of ethno-nationalism.
We just watched a video on this and then they copyrighted me and I had to take it down.
Some kind of romanticism where now you start getting really happy about like returning to our roots and the blood and soil of your people kind of stuff, which can turn into white nationalism. In 2020 and 2021 especially, there was this huge new age spirituality to QAnon pipeline where it became all about like awakening to hidden knowledge and higher truth, which you see in like...
Which, by the way, I do understand why my levels sounded like that at first to people. And that's why I work really hard to keep it grounded as possible, because I want to make it very clear that like that's not what I'm doing. But I can see why people were suspicious, because like when I hear words too, I'm like, what do you mean by that? Use a weird word there. What does that mean, you know?
Esoteric forms of spirituality, and that started lining up with political things about like wake up, and then that led you down to QAnon conspiracy stuff. Stoicism gets very co-opted into these like hyper masculine manosphere, even incel cultures, which is really sad to see, because Stoicism is much more beautiful than like the worst narcissistic man you've ever met using it for his alt-right kind of stance. So the common thread is some kind of fluid, questioning, new age, feminine spirituality, which then turns to some kind of essentialist category, which then turns into really having you become prey to political authoritarianism. I've even seen a rise of psychedelic mysticism turning into authoritarian spirituality, where you are doing mushrooms, and so you become very dissatisfied with capitalism, and like I get that, but then it starts turning into we need to then return to what we were before, and then we need to, and then that can turn into MAGA. And we see people even here on TikTok that really didn't see it happening because it happened slowly over time with their algorithm, that they just thought that they were getting into their soft era, studying some mythology, doing some divine feminine, making some sourdough, and then all of a sudden they find themselves somewhere down the pipeline where they weren't really wanting to be and having to come back from that. And this doesn't mean that there's no values on the political right that are important for political conversations. It just means that when we start getting into fascism and authoritarianism and gender essentialism and some of these things, now our spiritual journey is now somehow aligning with something that genuinely causes harm in America, in the world, in our politics.
So I strongly believe this is why categorization is so important. If you guys don't know who Brit Hartley is, you can check Brit Hartley out. Fun fact, I've done a collaboration with Brit Hartley. When I first came across Brit's TikToks, I thought she was like one of those weird spiritual bubbles, and I was like, and I blocked her. And I was like, my bad. And then I saw her YouTube channel because my viewers were like, oh, you would like this girl, this woman. Then I saw her YouTube channel long form, and I was like, oh, this girl's based. And then I was like, my bad. But I legit, like, this is why, like, how you're received is so important. Like, her long form content is so good. Her she has like huge following on TikTok, but her short form content, when I first saw it, I was like not a fan, which is so funny because I like it now that I know the context of her work. And that's how I feel about Dr. K, where his short form content is just not good compared to his long form content. But I understand why people see his short form and they're like, what the fuck is your problem? His long form is so much better. But he's still a man, so just remember that. But, you know, that's the thing. I like Brit. I've collabed with Brit. But, yeah, that sometimes, me too. I tried short form content so badly, and I just, like, I don't work on short form. All my ideas, like, we need to talk it out. Because, again, I didn't just get here without the data, but I have to explain the data. You know, that's what frustrates me about debates, is, like, we're talking about such serious topics, and you want to get through this in 30 minutes. Like, I need 30 minutes just to start my intro. Please sit down. You know, it's like, this is going to take a while. And it's going to take days and months and years and thousands of years. You know what I mean? It's just like, come on, bro. Anyways, okay, check out this video. Wait, did I finish? Okay, we're done with that video. We're done with this video. I want to show you this video. Look at this.
To the red flag I
Whoa! So loud in my ears. Oh my God.
gave about yoga people in studios making... So in response to the red flag I gave about yoga people in studios making divine, feminine, masculine content being on the pipeline to fascism that targets queer and trans people, there was an earnest question that popped into the comments. What do you recommend using instead of divine, feminine, or masculine? I have a hard time finding the verbiage. Anima and animus, yin and yang, the goal is to be whole. We have all these energies in us, no matter gender or sexual orientation. So I think this question answers itself. In my opinion, the divine feminine masculine content is usually about feelings that yoga subculture anthropomorphizes and cosplays, in part because it thinks it's more special and effective than therapy, and it's easy to cut and paste goddesses into workshop ads. Now, on a political level, in my opinion, divine gender BS can give mainly straight people a way to rationalize, idealize, and objectify all kinds of feelings related to power and social relations without doing the work of examining power and social relations. And on the therapy level, it can allow people to collapse complex tensions around attachment needs and vulnerabilities down to juicy choices of saris and Thai yoga pants. If this happens, there is a double vulnerability for fascism, because it's not just spiritualizing the culture's default essentialism, it also displaces the harder work.
Also, can we pause and just take a moment to sit here and explain again, once again, why we are different than political bubbles? You know, is Hassan talking about the divine feminine? Maybe he is, I don't know. But like, do you know what I'm saying? You know, Chet says maybe you could try to end it on a hook so that they could try to watch the longer content. Let me just say like this. Short form content is so devious that people on TikTok think Destiny is an advocate for women. If you see Destiny content pop up on your TikTok, which I always block when I do, if you go to the comment section, it's always like, I love men standing up for women. I love this guy. Who is he? He really stands up for women. Short form content. This is why the boy podcasts say clip is king. You guys know what that means in the boy bubble? Clip is king. Clip is king. It's because the clip can get you famous, but for all the wrong reasons. So, you know, clips can get you play. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not trying to play no game like that. Again, I'm more than open to like, you know, if somebody really sees a good, sometimes people clip me and put me on Instagram and it's good and I repost it or whatever. But you know what I mean? Like, I'm not an editor. I don't know what that means. Like, what image am I trying to even give the internet? Like, I would have to clip myself in a particular way to brand myself. You know what I'm saying? Again, I'm not trying to be rich or famous. I'm just trying to do something here. But I think that's the problem with clips is they're meant to go viral. So they're meant to be sensational, which means they're kind of meant to be mean, you know?
People could do on feelings. Fascists have big feelings that they cannot get clear on, or else they wouldn't be fascists anymore.
True.
So why did some people glom onto a cartoon version of tantric contemplation that, let's be honest, focuses way more on policing women's bodies and gender expression than anything else, under the guise of valorizing women? Well, for one thing, the first waves of yoga globalization were spearheaded by deeply conservative Brahmin men who allowed tantric ideas to be literalized into abusive cosplay. Many women devotees in the 1970s were given the honor of divine femininity in return for divinely endless amounts of unpaid labor and sexual availability. These same gurus routinely denigrated the utility of therapy. And another element here is that while these early adopter white folks were spending all this time learning to jiggle and juggle their inner lotus seeds, you know what they weren't doing? Participating in politics, learning about feminism. Yoga and wellness explodes in part out of a 1970s response to the perceived failures of 1960s revolutionary movements. If you can't change society, you might as well actualize yourself, right? So this was part of the great depoliticization of the neoliberal era, which also meant that the politics of work and gender were just frozen in the 1970s. Yoga became a religion at the end of history, and its entrepreneurs built pyramid-style business models that depended on non-union labor, gentrification, and resort vacations in the global south. So they were busy doing all that and probably not reading Sylvia Federici or Judith Butler. But you can do better today and then maybe sign up for a nice workshop about feelings. So in response to
I like him. He's funny. I liked this TikTok. This is anti-fascist dad. Okay, I'll link him because I did find him funny. You know, I think he had some points there. I think there was something to be said about, and I agree with this idea of like okay, my mom used to say this growing up, if you come from this Catholic bubble, that yoga is like a pathway to Satanism. Like yoga is demonic because it's real. And I'm like, Mom, yoga is a spiritual practice. And in the West, it's a exercise. And she was just like, but it's a real spiritual practice. And I understand. I've heard some people say like, yoga isn't an exercise. It's a spiritual practice. Yes, but also like, yoga is great. I think there's just like no downside to doing yoga as long as you're reasonable, I suppose. I don't know what you could fuck up with yoga, but like I guess you could become a Satanist. I don't know like what that even means if you mean literal Satanism, but like just this idea that like it could lead you to demons or something. Any misuse of information could make you quote insane or have a bad relationship with self. And that's the problem with like lumping all these categories together. Like, oh, it's a cult. It's a religion. It's a spiritual practice. Do you have a healthy relationship with it? Yes or no? Do you actually have a healthy relationship with it? Because in my mind, a healthy relationship has two forms: a stagnation healthy relationship and a growing healthy relationship. If you're stagnated in your healthy relationship, you have a limited desire to deconstruct fully like into the universe, but do it enough to have a pretty good life within the bubble construct. Okay. And then, right, like there's that second part of like, well, what if we have a deeper relationship with it to move us forward? I want to learn more about myself. That's why the levels can feel spiritual, because like to fives, it feels like a spiritual process. Like in that 4 stage, it feels like you're facing all of your like deepest like understandings of self. Like again, when we see these like Hassan, like the Hassan talking to these MAGA people, imagine these MAGA people having to change their mind and then having to redo their whole life, their family and friends. Like think about deconstruction from Christianity, how you lose community with people. And that's the scariest part. Like you don't just lose your relationship with God, you lose your relationship with everybody else. Your whole life can be predicated on religion, right? And so it's very difficult to do these things for all of us. Now imagine you do it all the way into the universe. You kind of lose your connection to even being alive, like to people, to everything. And then you find it again. And it's just a better, healthier, more free relationship with self. And it feels very spiritual. It feels very magical. It feels very like otherworldly. But I think it's actually just the ability to have a deeper relationship with the biological experience. It's like when you do shrooms and people think it's literally God. That is how powerful our biological experience is. Like, I just remember my last shroom trip was so intense. I was like, Jesus Christ. Like, and my brain kept saying, oh my God, this is literally God. And I was like, you're on drugs. And I'd be like, oh yeah, I'm on drugs. And I'm like, you're on drugs. This is the part of the drugs, but like, it's not real. And then my brain would be like, oh my God, God is so fucking real. I'm like, you're on drugs. You're on drugs. And then I was like yelling at myself while I was on my own trip. And then I was sitting outside for my trip. And at one point I was looking at the clouds and it looked like the earth was in reverse. And I was looking at the clouds like water, and the clouds were kind of like, and I saw a ship sailing and I was like, yo, what would Luffy do? WWLD, baby. What would Luffy do? And I literally was like, oh my God, you anime fucking brained loser. Focus. And I was like, yo, is Luffy up there, bro? And I was like literally tripping balls, bro. I was tripping so fucking hard. Okay. And I just sat there. I was like, oh my, and I swear to God, I could see his ship. I could see him floating. And I was like, holy shit. And I was sitting there like, there was like a part of my brain that was watching myself. And I was like, girl. And then I'm literally, okay. And then these insect gods, if you haven't heard this story, these like really creepy, like insect gods from that other anime, Hell's Paradise, they were like showing up and they were like, come play with us, Brittany, come hang out with us. And I was like, I'm good, bro. I don't want to hang out with you. And my chant the whole time was like, please let me go back to paying my bills. Please let me go back to paying my bills. And let me tell you, I've never been ungrateful for paying a bill ever again. That trip allowed me to recontextualize my relationship with paying bills. I've never been so excited to labor and pay the IRS ever in my life. I'm so grateful for my functionality, my brain, my ability to process information and stay grounded. I'm so grateful that I did not stay in that trip because holy fuck, it sucked. I was like, please take me back to my fucking life. My boring ass, beautiful life. Okay? Anyways, I'm just telling you. Whew. Chet said, no Chimera ants? No, but that would have been great. Chet said, were you terrified? Yeah, I was freaking out a bit, but I think it helped that I knew I was on drugs. Like that was so important for me to be like, you're on drugs, you're on drugs, you're on drugs. Like if I didn't know I was on drugs, that would have been so scary. But I loved that. The only thing that kept me calm was I was like, you're on drugs. You're literally on drugs. And that was very helpful, which is sort of DBT, honestly. Like I think, in a weird way, I was doing DBT. It was like, a realization that like, you know what's going on. I know this sounds really painful, or this is really painful, and this is really, and then I was outside and I couldn't go indoors because I was too afraid of being inside. So I got the worst sunburn you have ever seen on a person. So then I was physically sick from the sunburn and I had to sleep after for like hours and hours. Like my body was physically going through a process. And then I'm a very, like, everything is very sensitive for me. I think neurodivergent people have a much more intense relationship with drugs, maybe, because like I was tripping. And it was crazy too, because like I'd be looking at my brother, I'd be looking at him, and he'd be like, hey, bro. I'm like, hey, bro. And then I'd be like, oh, shit. And he's like, what? And I was like, I'm going to go away now. He's like, bye. And I was like, bye? And then all of a sudden, guys, my vision would like Star Wars, like it would like morph and he would disappear. Like I would see him and he would disappear. And I'd be like, holy shit. And then all of a sudden I was just in a completely different universe, like a completely different world. And I was like, oh, this is it. I had done shrooms before, but it had never been like this. I had done very micro dosing. I had done very little shrooms. And then I did this level of shrooms and I was like, holy fucking shit. And I was like, this is it. This is what people talk about when they're on a really big trip. I was like, oh shit. I had experienced somewhat of it when I did DMT. But honestly, I didn't hit hard enough with that DMT, but I had experienced some of that with DMT. When I did my DMT trip, I had been sucked into a dance club with Aztec gods. It's always Aztec gods for some reason. That's always my visualization. And I was hanging out with them and we were dancing and they were grabbing me like this and they were like pulling me down and they were like, we're going to dance our life away. And I was like, I don't want to do that. I have a deep fear of, or deep concern of hedonism. And these like little gods were grabbing me and like trying to pull me down. And I was like, and I was dancing with them like this. And I was like, I don't think I want to do this. I was like, oh God, I don't think I can do this. And I was like, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here, bro. I don't want to be here. I was like, take me out. I was like, I do not want to go. And there was like a portal and they're like, take the next jump, like jump to the next portal and you can go deeper into the trip. And I was like, I don't want to. They're like, it'll be fun. Do it. And I saw it. I saw the portal and I was like, no. So I yelled for my brother and he came to the room and I was like, get me out of the trip. I don't like this trip. He looked at me and he was like, Brittany, do you see me? And I looked at him and he was like the prettiest. He looked like an angel. He had like glowing silver skin and he was sparkling everywhere. And there was like a great halo around him. And he was like laughing. And I was like, okay. And I was watching him and then it went away. The point is, if you were Jordan Peterson, he's like, oh, that was God. There's the great divine of the Lord himself. He came in to tell you got to stop smoking. You ever hear about that? Because he's an addiction specialist, that he claims that there's some sort of divine intervention that happens with the right drug to stop you from smoking because there's some correlation to trip use and stopping smoking. But again, I don't think it's actually magical. Matt Dillahunty had this debate with him, and Matt Dillahunty was like, well, it's just the chemicals in your brain. And Jordan Peterson's like, but what if it's more? I mean, what if it is more? But I don't think so, bro. But I think it is so impactful. I think it is so real that it really might as well be more. But I think that's the part about being a human that's so interesting. Is it so physically real? That's why, guys, and I don't mean to take it back to this, but kind of stay with me. That's why when people the other day, that person on stream was like, these like doctors don't, what did they say? Reaffirm phantom pain. Yes, they do. Drugs are similar. You didn't see a God, but you might as well have. Your life is about to change in a way that makes you feel like God is real. But what you're really experiencing, you know what I mean, is this transformation. It's the idea of seeing life differently. It's a bubble pop, or it's not. It's escapism. Lots of people use drugs to escape. A lot of people use anger to escape. Anger is the new video games. It's actually just been around forever, actually. But anger is a distraction. It's necessary for justice, but it's also a distraction. You know what I mean? It's like this idea that, like, yeah, like everything we're experiencing is real. But is this the relationship we want to have with life? Is this the perception? Is this the end result? Or is there more? You know? Is there more? You know? That says, Brett, I've had the same experience when coming back from DMT. Shout out, shout out. Yeah, it's like, is there something better? You know, I haven't done ketamine. No, I haven't done that. Chad says, why psychedelics and minimal, what is this word? Cocaine stimulants uppers versus downers and hard drugs in your experience? Why psychedelics? Narcotics? Is that how you say that? Versus downers. Is that for me? Is that question for me? I feel like the question builds a comparison as if to say I haven't done other things. I think my brain can answer the question if you asked why the drugs you did and not the drugs you didn't. Is that what you're asking? Like why the drugs I did and why not the drugs I didn't? Accessibility and harm reduction. I'm a safe drug user. You know, so was it safe? Was it accessible? And were the consequences minimal? That's always how I make my decisions, you know? Because how do you feel about guided psychedelic therapy? It just passed in New Jersey, and I know it's been a thing in New York. I'm a fan of anything that works and moves people in a truly forward direction. So I do believe there is some real positive, something positive to this. Again, I think it's like, are you using the drugs, the therapy to cope and escape, or are you using it to know yourself better? Are you reading 1,000 books so you can brag about it later, or so you can change your life? Are you going to the gym so you can take pictures on Instagram, or are you also doing it to learn more about your body and be healthy? Like, you know, I'm a big fan of anything that works. And I do think with the right environment, it can be very, very helpful. I think the issue is that people don't know why they're doing it. Like therapy is not going to work unless you know why you're there. Like you can go to therapy for 10 years and it won't do anything. Just like going to the gym. You can go to the gym for 10 years and it doesn't matter. You have to be ready to utilize it in a way. Like, have you guys ever signed up for a gym membership? Especially during the first of the month or first of the year? And then like never used it? Have you guys ever signed up for something that you're like, this is the year? It's not enough just to sign up. You got to utilize it. You know, you got to be ready for it. Okay. We got to keep going because I'm starting to crash. I haven't been sleeping this week because we have construction stuff going on. And I'm like, it's hard for me to get any rest. A lot of anxiety. We don't know when people are going to show up to the house, so we can't schedule. But this is the stuff about neurodivergency that is so difficult. Is like if you don't have a consistent sleep schedule and your sleep schedule is different than the norm, which ours is, it means like everyday stuff that normally wouldn't ruin or like your schedule or your day rocks your sense of sensibility. So I've not been sleeping well. Okay, next video.
Most powerful beings in this world because women are the most powerful beings in this world because they have the divine feminine. And the divine feminine is what manifests. Manifestation happens always through the divine feminine. The divine masculine is the conduit, the energy protection, and the energy flow within the manifestation. This is why most women have an innate gift of spiritual blessings of manifestation power. And this is why men that have true honor, respect for the divine feminine in their life will always receive more. My life, my journey truly became awakened when I met my wife and gave my life to her. The saying behind every great man is a great woman should actually be this. Surrounding every great man is a woman who blessed him with her divine feminine power. Women are the
You know, I don't know. I don't know. I hate it here. I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know about that.
And the devil is a man, and people are missing this in their own biology book. So female
Okay,
versus
wait,
male
wait, wait,
chromosome. God is a woman and the devil is a man, and people are missing this in their own biology book. So female versus male chromosomes. The female is the XX, the male is the XY, the incomplete version of the female. The X represents the God chromosome. It is the divine blueprint of God. The creators of life are the women. They are the direct image of what God would look like. The male is an incomplete mutation of the XX. It has a shorter second chromosome. All life form begins as female because God is a woman, so all life begins as woman. That's why men have nipples with absolutely no function, because they actually started as women in the womb until they became a genetic mutation and became male. So as we can see, the XY is an incomplete version of God, of XX. I had to look into this because I didn't understand why violent crimes, theft, rape, sex trafficking, murder, suicide are all predominantly done by men. They also have the highest level of addiction. So I was like, what is wrong with the male? Like, what happened? Why is this happening? The entire world is on fire due to male leadership. They are not original leaders. The female, the XX, comes first. She is the leader of the planet. Mother Nature, the great cosmic womb. The female is where all life starts. Since the male is incomplete, he needs direct access to the female all the time. That is how he feels whole and complete. She is the divine pathway to God. That is how he feels his best, his connection to the woman. Most people don't know this, but the start of life was all female. There were no men. It was just women reproducing women through parthenogenesis. This is asexual reproduction. There's no male required, and there are still species today that reproduce like this. The woman, the God, created the male for physical diversity. The woman wanted a stronger, bigger version of herself for diversity. She didn't realize she was actually giving birth to her greatest apex predator. The male, feeling incomplete in a matriarchal society, had two options. He could evolve spiritually, mentally, physically, emotionally, and be divine himself. Or he could overthrow the matriarch with power and brutal force to create a patriarchy. And the patriarchy is upheld through religion, where everyone tells you that the woman needs to bow down to her husband and become ownership of the husband and submit to the husband, that he can become the leader and the woman can become property. The father hands over ownership of his own daughter to another man. It's a business transaction of domestic ownership. And what's happening now is women have full autonomy, at least in this country, and they are propelling in life forward so quickly, mentally, physically. They have way more resources. More women are graduating college. More women are starting successful businesses. More of them are buying properties and land because they are running laps around the XY chromosome, because they are whole, divine, and a lot of them are understanding that they don't really need marriage. The male, again, has this choice. Do I evolve and meet the woman where she is at, or do I use force to convince her into becoming property again? So again, God is the woman. She created the man who fell from her grace, became the fallen angel, overthrew God through force, just like the devil, and began to rule the world. That is actually what religious scripture is trying to teach you, but they took over religion to create submission. God.
Okay, woo! Okay, let's read the comments. I have a theory. I think that it was because it was Adam that ate the apple first, because he was pronounced Adam's apple, and God gave him that as a sign that he was a liar. Oh, interesting. Okay. Rise again. Thank you for the super chat. Says, ma'am, the question was fries or salad. Literally, I was like, okay, but hear me out. This shit, listen to what I'm about to say, kind of sounds like it makes sense, which is why people eat it up. Because you're like, yeah, bro, wait, that kind of feels, and I'm like, no, that's the problem with being a person. The worst part about human brains is we're like, yeah, you know what? Yeah. And I'm like, no, wait. And what we have to do is be able to say, like, even though I can see why that sounds good, this is why debate bros are so fucking malicious, because they sound good enough for it to make sense to people. And I'm not saying, I don't care if it sounds good, looks good, smells good, fucks good. I have questions and you better be able to answer them, really answer them. Okay? Let's see. Comment section says Black women being the creator of humanity. Oh, Black woman being the creator of humanity, like a Black woman? She liked it. Black women are divine. All women are. You are not better because of your skin tone. Uh-oh, racism in this bubble, guys. Actually, Black women are. They can give birth to any race. White can't. Oh, Jesus Christ. So y'all want to take blame for creating the problem? Nah, brah, tell that to the white women that have birthed Black babies. Women are it. All shades come in. Bro, whatever. The real women were always Black from the beginning. I'm not Black, but I know history. Oh, man. What? Let's see. Okay. Barbie has a great day every day, but Ken only has a good day if Barbie looks at him. Oh, Jesus. This is from the movie. Women literally give life. I don't know how people don't know God is a woman. God is a woman. This is transphobic. Okay. Let's see. Me looking at my 4-year-old son right now. Okay. Funny. Poor kiddo. We just wanted a protector and instead we created our abusers. Okay. Relax. We didn't do nothing. That's why women are overwhelmingly more drawn to witchcraft than men. It's literally our divine nature. Women make the best leaders while men make good teachers in my experience. Let's see. Gnosticism says that Sophia, the Aryan angel that created life in the universe, mistakenly birthed the, oh my God, what's this word? Dermage, a male demonic entity that represented her shadow. So Gnosticism, I don't know much about, but I was reading about it this morning over my coffee. And apparently there's like some scripture that was found in Egypt and it was left out. And apparently it proves that like women are divine. And it's a whole thing. And Gnosticism isn't a religion. It's a collection of spiritual beliefs. I think it's not really my bubble, to be honest. So you guys gotta help me. Is Gnosticism the Gospel of Mary? Like Mary Magdalene? Is that? So like there's this whole thing, right? I think the dilemma is people like, I feel like, okay, it's okay to believe something, but I do question people's desire to like change their whole life around it before we like do more research. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Chess says, how would she explain that organisms that change sex or both sexes are at the same time? Wait, why did she mention biology? But then hold on, let's see. Even the plants, the female plant bears fruit and buds. The major, see, Gnosticism keeps getting mentioned. Hold on, who is this? Your fave manifestation mentor. Man, all these people have such a following. I really got to change careers. How does everyone have more followers than me? I got to change careers right now. We are the divine. The divine gay. I'm just kidding. I don't know. I don't have time. I'm too tired, okay? Let's see.
Wrong with the world is due to, have you guys noticed that everything that's wrong with the world is due to womb envy, meaning men being jealous of a woman's womb? And most
this is transphobic as fuck.
Men don't even realize that it's womb envy because it starts on a very subconscious level.
What about people who don't have wombs?
The first layer of womb envy starts in religion. All the 3 Abrahamic religions are patriarchal religions where men were jealous that women create life and control all life forms. So they created a male god. To get to heaven, you must submit yourself as a woman to your husband.
I'm taking it all out. I'm going to take it out tomorrow. I'm going to go to the doctor and just take everything out, okay? Let's see. I think Religion for Breakfast. The YouTube channel goes over this. Ooh, we should watch that later when I have more spoons. Okay, hold on. Let me show you. Oh, see, she hashtags law of attraction. Very bad bubble. Very bad bubble. Okay, hold on. The divine femininity. A femininity. I am a woman. Hear me.
Dear divine feminine, we've stolen and suppressed your light far too long. Please forgive us. But it's time now to rise up. Over the last 26,500 year cycle, the religious political programming programmed us to suppress you and to intentionally delete the truth of the divine feminine. But the truth will set us.
I'm really not trying to be a hater, bro. Obviously, this bubble gets views. I mean, millions of views are in this bubble. I'm not trying to be a hater-gator, but I don't think this is it.
Free. You were never meant to.
You know what this whole bubble feels like to me? With Peace and Love 2C. It does. It's very 2C bubble. I don't like it. You know what I mean? Not to, bring in my own level system here, but I feel like it's very 2C. Okay, it's very low vibration. I'm just kidding. I don't like it.
The term divine feminine is being twisted on its head because women are on the verge of finding out what it actually means. So consequentially, men have to convince you it means speaking softly, letting a man lead, and making sourdough bread, when really it means God gave women full authority to create life. Authority to decide when life gets created, and most harmful to men, who gets to create alongside with you. God chose to enter the world through a woman's body. Mary's womb is the site of the incarnation. Your divine feminine energy isn't gentle parenting a man. It's way cooler than that. You not only bring life to earth, you bring God to earth, and you bring people to God. You are a portal of life.
I mean, see how that kind of makes sense, though? They're like, yeah, a woman did bring God to earth. Actually, fuck Christians for not worshiping Mary straight up. Because without her, Jesus wouldn't even be here. It almost makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, it almost like, it sounds like a good rebuttal. And then it's just like, I want to get out of this bubble altogether. This need to be like, oh, this, okay, you know what this sounds like to me? This sounds like when people talk about modernizing Islam and Christianity. That's the same to me. Guys, twisting it and being like, actually, Mary was the God is like, or Mary was meant to be worshipped. Actually, God came through Mary. Why are we even talking about Mary in the first place? No, Chestnut, is this woke Christianity? Okay, no, it's, look, it's not Gnosticism. Hold on. Maybe there's like I don't want to watch a whole fucking video on it. But there's this whole fucking bubble, guys, that I found. That's like, got this whole theory about God is a woman. Who sang that? Who said that? Who said it and got it stuck in my head? It was one of these TikTokers. One of these Ariana fan TikTokers, bro. Hold on. You gay. Hey, hey, hey. You're so gay. What is this?
Can you make a video on Gnostic Christianity? Well, yeah. But one point of clarification. There's absolutely nothing Christian about it. So the only connection that should be discussed is the fact that some people who were associated with the church developed this belief. To say anything more than that,
They always do that, though. They always do that.
to
They pull
even give it
apart.
the name Christian is a slap in the face of Christ.
Oh, brother.
So one of the big
Christ.
questions I've been getting recently is why am I not a Gnostic anymore? So the simple answer is Gnostic literature is incredibly complicated and honestly for me did not focus on following Christ. There's just so much in it about secret knowledge and the broken world.
We should all know by now I love.
So one of the big questions I've been
My
getting
bad.
extra conjecture, and that's when God breathed and beautifully organized and confused on the meaning of the Bible. I was trying to add so many different colorful interpretations over it rather than encountering the text that was already God breathed and beautifully organized through a painstaking process. Yes.
Oh, Discord said there's a difference between historical Gnosticism and New Age Gnosticism. Oh, shit.
We should all know by now I love a good controversial video that gets people to think outside the box. And that's exactly what this video is going to be. So if you can't put your cognitive dissonance to the side, this video isn't for you. We're going to cover the Gnostic teachings that take everything you know about Christianity and flip it on its head. Imagine the God of the Hebrew Bible that created this world along with Adam and Eve is not the real God. The greatest trick the devil has ever played is having the world believe that he is God. And that's exactly what the Gnostics believe. They believe the God of the Old Testament who created the world in Genesis along with Adam and Eve is not the real God. He's a lesser evil God known as Yada Ba'oth. Yada Ba'oth's goal is to have humans worship him in his material
that
world
word.
and not discover their true identity. When humans are too consumed by this material world, they don't find that divine spark that lies within them. They end up coming back to this world. This is known as an Archon soul trap. And this is actually very similar to the Tibetan Book of the Dead teachings about samsara. The Adam and Eve story also differs in Gnosticism because it is the serpent who is trying to help Adam and Eve escape. Now you'll see a lot of older Christians.
Yeah, Chet says too many of these guys also worship the Apostle Paul. Yeah, I found that in my research today too. That it's all about the St. Paul too, or the Apostle Paul.
Christian artwork where Adam and Eve are consuming mushrooms. The psilocybin in mushrooms is known to help access divine thoughts from higher realms. And because Adam and Eve tried to obtain this knowledge, they were cast out the Garden of Eden. If you look at it from the Gnostic point of view, the God from the Old T does kind of seem like he's gatekeeping, and he's very jealous and vengeful. The Great Flood wasn't to punish man for evil, but instead it was a punishment for mankind becoming closer to finding the light in their true self. which is Christ consciousness.
Sounds kind of good though. Like I could eat that up at a different time in my life if I'd gone in a different direction in my life, you know?
Christ was a divine being who was sent from the spiritual realm in the real.
Because we all hate the Old Testament God. He's kind of a dick, you know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, imagine he's actually the bad guy, bro.
God to liberate humanity from this illusionary world. Christ's teachings were meant to lead individuals to self-knowledge and spiritual transformation, rather than adherence to religious rules and dogma. If you're interested in learning more about the creation story according to the
Listen to me, this is real life. Please, for the love of God. Oh my gosh. So I've been diving into the Gospel of Thomas and the Gospel of Mary, and every person coming at me about how the Gospel of Mary was written freaking 1800 years after the rest of the Bible. The Gospel of John was. The pastoral epistles were. The book of Revelations was. They were all around the same time or even later than the Gospel of Mary and the Gospel of Thomas, so that argument can go out the window. But just listen to this. I'm shitting myself. Mary was the first person Jesus revealed himself to when he was resurrected. Why do you think that is? It wasn't just some
like his mom or the other Mary?
One-off chance. It's because he valued Mary, and if he valued Mary, that means he had to value Thomas, because what Mary and Thomas taught were essentially the same thing.
You guys, I think people are taught Thomas as Jesus's brother, but I was never taught that as a Catholic. I was taught Jesus was an only child. Right? Is it Mary Magdalene? Isn't Thomas supposed to be Jesus' brother, or was that somebody else? Because I forget.
I'm just going to read this to you. Jesus said, if your leaders say to you, look, the kingdom is in heaven.
There's Mother Mary, his mother, and there's Mary Magdalene.
Then the birds of heaven will precede you. If they say it is in the sea, then the fish will precede you. Rather, the kingdom is inside you, and it is outside of you. When you know yourselves, then you will be known. But if you do not know yourselves, then you will dwell in poverty, and you are poverty. Now we're going to the book of Mary. Will matter then be utterly destroyed or not? The Savior replied, every nature, every...
So FYI, in the Catholic Bible, there is no book from Mary. That's why people are saying there's books missing. What about all the books missing from the Bible? That's why there's like all these different spiritual beliefs. Because even like you guys, if you grew up with a Protestant Bible, you grew up with a different Bible than I did. Here's my Bible. First of all, here's my hairspray thing that I tell you. The other day I told you I refreshed my hair with water. Okay. Okay. This is my Bible. Okay. The Holy Bible. This is my Bible. I can't show you the inside. It has people's names. This is the Bible. Okay. Has my little Bible tabs in it. Okay. Has my little bookmarks, has my little, some highlights, has my little things. This is my Bible. Okay, this is a Dewey Rames. Okay, my version of the Dewey Rames Bible. Some people think it's a little harder because it's not a student Bible, but I actually like it. I like the translations in this Bible. This also came from, my mom bought it for me in 1989 and gave it to me. So it's as old as I am. This is my Bible. I only have it near me because I needed it for something. It's not like I actually keep my Bible out normally. Yeah, Chat says I use the King James. Yeah, so King James is different. But Chat says you got to do ASMR taps with the Bible. You want me to do ASMR Bible verses? Like, look, I do love a Bible conversation. Chat says, what do you use it for? I really like the Bible. Okay, first of all, if any Christian is watching, this isn't about you. Go away. I really like the Bible as a story. I like a Bible as a learning tool. I like it the way I like anything philosophical or spiritual. I like it in the sense that it helps me think about my life in a different way. But I don't, I never want, I hate saying those things. And like the Christians are like, she's coming to Christ. Leo Skeppy, move over. It's Brittany Simon next. Y'all get out of my business. Like, but I do like it in general. Like in a very safe space, I think the Bible is so interesting. Outside of that space, I really fucking hate it. You know what I mean? But it's like, it's so interesting the same way that anything is. Like I like these spiritual bubbles here, like Gnosticism. I'm going to go down a rabbit hole. I was like, oh, I'm going to look into this. I'm going to look into this for sure. But not because I think it's true, because I think it's interesting. People are spending their life thinking this is true and we're not about to study it. Oh girl, you know I'm about to study it. Like I knew a little bit about it. Like some of the words make sense to me, but I don't know anything about it. You know, and I'm like, oh, I should know something about this just for funsies. That's why I love an idea of a religions class. I just hate the idea of a religion class turning into like what's real or what's not real. Like, girl, we haven't even started yet. You know, okay, I had this dream, you want to talk about autism? I have this dream that will never happen. But I have this dream of creating like this, you know who I am? I'm the owl in Avatar: The Last Airbender. I just want to have a library that's full of all the information of the world, and I need none of you to use it to fucking kill anybody. Okay? I need all of you to I have this dream of everybody researching all day and then coming together for dinner and being like, what did you learn today? What do you learn today? And instead of saying, I learned this thing to prove my point or to kill this group, it's I learned this thing, but I still don't know yet. We're researching still. To actually come to this is very Robin coded. If you know One Piece, you know that Robin's journey, you know, Robin's world. That's the dream. The dream is working with a collective of curious-minded, philosophical people who really want to know the truth. Instead of focusing on like, you know, proving a point or killing people, you know? Discord said, isn't that kind of what this Discord is? It'd be more though, like times 1,000. But yeah, the Discord is like a miniature version of that. But imagine if we had a physical space. It was a physical library or a physical book space, and it had a kitchen so we could eat. But it was like big. And then people came and spent time there. And then you know what I'm saying? Look, I'm a philosopher at heart. I would love a little philosophy group. I would love a little space for nerdy philosophers to get together and debate all day. I would never get on the internet again. I would just live in this space. But it doesn't work that way, you know? Okay, let's keep going for fun.
Okay, so Jesus is not your king.
Oop.
The rise of the divine feminine is not a trend. This is a planetary correction. Let's talk about it. What you're seeing right now, you know, women awakening, men healing emotionally, and people rejecting the old systems, none of it is random. This is the...
Hear that, Hassan? You're not the reason the world's getting better. Divine feminine is. all you political people, you hear that, Trump? You hear that? Debate bro, insert name here. It's the divine feminine.
Natural order correcting itself in real time. The divine feminine is returning to her rightful place, not above men and not against men, but as an intuitive spiritual leader that she always has been. And you got the divine masculine rising with her.
See, it's like, it sounds cool and everything, but like, it feels like this can't be the answer. You know what I mean? Like, it can't be the answer that it's about this like masculine and feminine, like, what if it's just variations of existence? Like, I think this is the part where my brain is like a little too like, I don't know, bro. It's not my vibe.
The deep. Hello, bitches. So let's discuss a very interesting phenomena that's happening across the fucking globe with spiritual girlies, okay? All my spiritual baddies, all my witches and bitches, okay? What is going on in the air? Let's talk about it. There is an abundance of us, and
the deeper I get.
One of my favorite symbols in spiritual.
Women are the most powerful.
The Shekinah is the divine feminine presence of God that dwells in exile alongside Israel. She's also the 10th Sephirah Malkuth on the Tree of Life, the bride who was separated from her husband Tifereth when the vessel shattered, and Kabbalists teach that every act of righteousness helps reunite the Shekinah with her.
Woo! You know what I love about bubble hopping is it really teaches me how many words I don't know. You know, he probably said something that to somebody else makes so much sense and they know exactly what everything he just said was, but I didn't understand one of the words. I just understood Israel and my brain went, Netanyahu? That's it. I don't think he was talking about this Israel. This is what I love about bubbles. That's what I'm saying, guys. There are bubbles all over the world that you could know everything about and never know another bubble. That's why I think bubble hopping is so important. You're like, I'm going to hop into that bubble, see what everyone thinks.
Her divine consort, healing the cosmic split between masculine and feminine aspects of God that occurred all at creation's catastrophe. This is the Shekinah, and understanding her role reveals that God contains both masculine and feminine principles, that the exile of the divine feminine is the root cause of all suffering, and that spiritual practice aims to reunite what was torn apart when creation fell into brokenness. Let's start here. The Shekinah is literally the feminine face of God. Shekinah means dwelling. She's the immanent presence of God in the world while God the Father remains transcendent. When the Bible says God's presence dwelt in the temple or the burning bush, that Shekinah, the feminine aspect that can inhabit matter. She's the
By the way, I did see a TikTok, and now I can't get it out of my head that Hassan doesn't have a bush. They asked if he plucked his bush. He said, I don't have one. And all the comments were like, fantasy out the window. Ew, bro, you never looked uglier to me. And I was like, is the bush back in? What is this, the 80s? You know what? I love that for all of you. Okay, I love that for all of you. Sorry, he said burning bush. And I was like, speaking of bushes, listen.
And Sephira Malkuth, kingdom, the receptive principle that receives the flow of divine life.
Oh, man.
Breathe in power.
Okay, you know what, though? I like her TikToks usually. What is this? No, why did you come up?
Exhale doubt.
Don't tell me what to do.
Repeat after
Even if you're
me.
pretty, don't tell me what to do.
My is inevitable, undeniable, and unstoppable.
Doesn't she usually make commentary on feminism? I swear to
My
God.
beauty is warm, sweet, and smooth.
See,
What if I
affirmations are not
told
my
you
thing.
that
Affirmations are not my thing.
There's an inscription in the Sinai desert that, according to tradition, shouldn't exist.
Here are some signs that your divine feminine is waking up, and it's not just mood swings. You may feel super weepy for no reason. You're not weak, you're becoming water again.
It's called my period, bro.
You might feel rage towards systems that used to make you feel safe.
It's called being a progressive.
You're no longer available for crumbs in love, in work, or in your own self-worth. You're remembering that you're both soft and sacred. You're wild and wise. You don't have to be one thing. In the twin flame path, the divine feminine...
The divine feminine energy is so powerful.
I get copyrighted for this music.
Signs you have the divine...
Goddess, here are 3 traits of being a divine feminine.
A question I often get asked.
I'm
Goddess,
sorry, I'm just going to say it. This guy, you know exactly what he is. Come on, let's be for real. A guy who spends all his time talking about feminine like power and how women are the greatest and how his job is to worship a woman. You just know. Speaking of predators, let's move into our last story today. Come on now, bro. Come on now. All right, let's talk about it. So, horrible news. Horrible news. Let's get us prepared, girl. Bad news, girls. Bad news in the progressive left bubbles once again. Okay, how do I even tell this story? Hold on, let me go back and forth. Okay. Okay, no. It's one. No, wrong one. Okay, so pull up this. Okay. So this TikToker named Off Jawagon is pretty popular. To be honest, I'm not on this bubble in TikTok. I'm not in this bubble. So all of the people I'm going to talk about are basically new to me, except, funny enough, kind of new to me, but actually been watching his content is Jamel. And Jamel just came across my feed and actually had a run-in with this guy named, sorry, let's go back to it, Jawagon. And Jawagon just put out a statement because this woman here, Potty Mouth Pollyanna, just came forward with allegations, and she's one of, I think, 4 women so far. There might be more. Some people are saying 3, some people are saying 4. And he, Jawagon, is known to be a huge outspoken, quote, leftist advocate. And you can see from his work that he's been covering ICE raids and things related to that. So you can see this video here. Oops, I'm sorry, it's muted, my bad.
Change tactics to target children. According to staff members on the ground at some Minneapolis and St. Paul schools, plainclothes ICE agents have been approaching volunteers and staff impersonating journalists and members of Indivisible. They have been asking about transportation operations for children, been asking to take pictures.
So he's pretty popular. If you go to his main channel, he has almost 800,000 followers on TikTok. Nothing to scoff at. 19 million views in total. He's got a ton of videos, okay? He's in Minnesota, so that's a pretty big deal. And he's a pretty big voice. But I don't know who he is. Isn't that amazing how people can have such big followings and I don't know who they are? But that's the bubbles, right? That's us being kind of like together and isolated at the same time. We're all doing different things. Well, he posted a statement after the women came forward. It says, in regards to recent accusations, this is his statement. I want to start by saying I am incredibly sorry to the people I have hurt and the people I have let down. Being intoxicated does not change any behavior that was mine and my responsibility. And while my recollection of the accusations are limited, I believe and take responsibility for them. I'm deeply ashamed of my actions at the bar, the pain I have caused, and the disappointment I am to myself and all whose trust I violated. I am seeking counseling and will be taking a step. Shoot, his username is blocking this. Hold on, let me go to this one. I am seeking counseling and will be taking a step back. My sincerest apologies. Now, of course, this statement we've seen a billion gazillion times by predators, right? It's always this, I'm going to counseling. Always, always, always. And I think it's because they think that's what we want to hear, but that's not what we want to hear, especially in the way that he made the statement. So if you go to his comment section, people are very unhappy. And someone said, please check in on his wife and make sure she's okay, which I didn't even realize as I was reading about this guy this morning that he had a wife. So he's married. And now there's like all these women who have come forward. This person says you'll be charged and be jailed if women stand up, which I'm sure Mandy is raring to go. This is an admission of guilt. Drinking is no excuse. Bro, releasing a statement instead of showing your face, shame, and actual remorse is a coward's way out. So then you go to this woman here is, I guess, the first woman to speak out. So I just want to go ahead and let her speak for herself. And then we'll get to the other TikToks that I have ready for us. So.
And he fucking violated that. Yesterday, Jordan released this statement with regards to the accusations that have been made against him. I am here to say that I am essentially victim A. I'm the person who came forward first. In this statement, which is really not taking accountability, he says, and while my recollection of the accusations are limited, I believe and take responsibility for them. So now let me tell you my recollection, because it's pretty fucking vivid. Friday, January 16th, we were all out in Chicago. We had all had some drinks. We convened at this bar at the end of the night, and at the back of the bar, Jordan and his friend sitting in a booth behind a table. I come back there. Jordan's like, come on. And they make room. And I remember getting a vibe. I could tell Jordan was super drunk. And like my spidey senses, and I saw the space. I go, my ass isn't going to fit there. Like I was trying to like be just like, I'm just going to stand. But they were like, no, come on. So I against my better judgment, sat down. It's important to know I had this big winter coat and it was in my lap. That will be important in a minute. So we're sitting there. Jordan and I get talking immediately about Minnesota. I think his hand was like this at one point, and we were talking, and it was like familiar. We've been friends for a long time. I thought I could trust him. I didn't think anything of it. I see, according to this, when he broke it down for somebody else, he asked his friend what had happened, and it was like he was just flirty. I could see that. I could see how that was the point of view.
Hold up. I'm gonna
like this at one point, and we were talking, and it was like familiar. We've been friends for a long time. I thought I could trust him. I didn't think anything of it.
I hate that she even used that language for herself. I hate that we do this. We train not her. I love her. I support her. I don't know who she is, but I support her. We use this language of like, I should have known better. Or I thought I could trust him, or I thought this. Of course we did. Of course we do. Right? But hold on. I want to read this text.
I see, according to this.
Okay. The text is really small. It says, I appreciate you coming to me. I was certainly very intoxicated and I have little recollection. There's no excuse. We were in a crowded bar. And from what my buddy who was there with us said, there was some consensual flirting, and that ended at the bar. I talked to the accuser who said it was consensual flirting, but went a little too far. I apologized profusely and took accountability with her for my actions. Then this happened. This was all in public. I have always said, believe women. So I'm choosing to believe women, even though it's very hard for me in this moment. It's a little blurred here. Obviously, you never expect to be the one they are saying believe all women about. I'm going to put out a statement. I'm so incredibly ashamed. Yeah, so there's a multi-layer to this already where you are socializing. There is alcohol, but also, do you never drink? Do you always do this when you drink? Why were you flirting? How cognizant were you? But also, like, how frustrating. Like, how frustrating for everybody in that situation. Again, we don't know the whole story yet, but you could just imagine it so easily. How frustrating is the situation that you think like you're with safe people, no one's going to do anything while they're intoxicated, and then one people that you think definitely isn't going to do anything, not only does it, but then he talks about consensual flirting. Consensual flirting what? Aren't you married? What do you mean consensual flirting? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, is this consensual flirting meaning your wife isn't on it? Like it's an open marriage? What does that even mean, right?
When he broke it down for somebody else, he asked his friend what had happened, and it was like he was just flirty. I could see that. I could see how that was the point of view from them. His hand was on my thigh, and it did kind of move north, and I did, push it down, but I was not. He was drunk, and we were just talking. I did not think he would cross the line. My friend Ross comes over.
And in her head, if she's thinking, oh, he's drunk, he doesn't know it, she's not gonna she's going to push him away but not think anything of it because we give people I don't want to say excuse, but we give people an out of, oh, he's drunk, he didn't know. But also, she shouldn't have to be in that position. She shouldn't have to be responsible because when he's drunk, he touches people. Do you know what I'm saying? This shouldn't have to be her responsibility. And I understand that people feel like, and I, in spirit, want to agree with you that we should understand where people are coming from and understand that he was drunk. But also, if you are drunk and you get handsy, you shouldn't be drinking. This should not be other people's responsibility. You know what I mean?
Hands me a little toy car. Now I'm such a nerd. I thought this little car was so cute, and I am sorry I forgot it, Ross. I think you'll understand why in a minute. So I'm sitting there playing with it. My hands are occupied. I have a coat in my lap, and under my coat, I feel Jordan shove his hand in my pants. Now I stopped it before it got to the desired location, I imagine. But I fawned. I didn't know what to do. I was like, Jordan, no, we're not doing that. And I just remember him being like, yeah, we're not doing that. I didn't know what to do because I was so fucking caught off guard. But they wouldn't have seen it because I had this fucking coat here. Do you not think I wish I'd have made a goddamn scene? I wish I would have fought. I wish I would have said something. I wish I would have not had a coat in my lap so they would have seen what he did. Absolutely. But I didn't. And so I saw an opportunity to get up when people were going to karaoke. I saw him go over and start kind of like dancing and not paying attention. And I saw my friend Maggie, Mermaid Maggie. I love.
This is so frustrating. Guaranteed it happened. We know it happened, but also so frustrated for her because see how now it's her responsibility. See how now people are going to paint it as like, oh, he was drunk, dude. He didn't even mean it. Be cool, bro. Be chill. And you're just sitting here like, but you know what I mean? That's exactly what the narrative is going to be. They are going to victim blame her. They're going to say, be cool, bro. What are you going to send a guy to jail for like a drunk moment? That's what they're going to say.
Love you. I said, do you want to get out of here? And she said, yeah. So we bounced. And I'm glad I did because as we were leaving to hit that Uber, I remember the sensation of like, I don't want him with us because I don't trust him. And I was like looking over my shoulder, hoping he wouldn't see us leaving. That says so much. I was processing what had happened in real fucking time and I was scared of him seeing us leave. That says so fucking much. So we left and we got to the hotel and I was right because you know what he did? He called me. Called me and wanted my room number. And I said, Jordan, I'm not giving you my room number. And he repeatedly was asking me no less than fucking 10 times, saying things like, oh, I just want to come hang out. It'll be fine. And I'm like, that we both know that's not true. Go to bed. You'll thank me in the morning. Go to bed.
Oh my God.
I said no at least 10 times. He disregarded consent at least 10 times. I finally said, Jordan, you're drunk. Go to bed. Good night. And I hung up. I woke up in the morning to find that he had tried to call me and he had said, oh, I can't get into my room. Bullshit. Go to the front desk. But like I was going to let him in mine.
Oh my God.
Now, I wasn't feeling 100%. I never drink. So like, and he leaves me with like a migraine and ickiness. So my friend Matt USMC and Grady, who's like my brother, one of my best friends, stopped by with some Sprite and some popcorn. And I said, something happened with Jordan last night. And I need to tell you. And I said, we were at the bar. His hand was on my thigh. It escalated. I left. We got back. And then he called and would not accept no for an answer. I didn't let him in my room, but he tried over and over and over. And Matt didn't know what had exactly happened, but he knew that that was a violation even in and of itself. I expected Jordan to talk to me Saturday. I thought he'd ask me what happened. I thought he would talk to me about what he did, but he didn't. Didn't talk to me Sunday, didn't talk to me Monday, didn't talk to me Tuesday until I had had enough of the silence and I texted him and said, dude, this is what you did. And again, even in that, I said, it was a little flirty and then it escalated.
You know what's so frustrating though? And this is why I say like, and I'm going to show you, well, hold on, pause with me for just a second. Okay. Transition into this TikTok here. Because as much as it sounds like I'm just harping on the boy bubble and I keep talking about boys in the bubble, it's because of these situations. Okay, so here's another lady. This is Stella. Okay, just pause with me and go to Stella for a second. Okay.
I hope I don't offend any of my fellow.
She is not one of the victims as far as I know. She's just a person in this space.
I really hope I don't offend any of my fellow political content creators with what I'm about to say. But I made a very conscious decision a long time ago not to hang out with or get together with people on here. And maybe it's the cynical New Yorker in me. I barely trust people I know in real life, let alone on the internet. And the news about Off Jowagon just solidified that decision for me. I mean, he had reached out to me a couple of times to do something together, and I was always like, yeah, sure, someday. But that's crazy, bro. For real. And am I going to say I'm surprised? No. A golden retriever is still a dog at the end of the day that can turn around and bite you. So the only thing...
Look, I don't know her content. I don't know any of these people, but you don't have to know that this is a pattern. I don't know any of these content creators, but there is a pattern here that is so obvious. It is very easy when people are very polarized to rise to prominence by having the quote good opinion. The issue is, who are we making famous? Who are we making popular? And so he used his popularity and his status to do exactly this, right? And that's why people are like, oh, I'm so disappointed. Do you even know anything about this guy? That's the thing about being content creators. Maybe people do. Maybe he's like super transparent, but like, do we really know anything? That's why I ask people, like, how do you come to that conclusion about your values? Why do you think this is right or wrong? Is it an embodied experience? Is it real for you, or is it just something you think is right? Because again, when I made my last podcast on why conservative men are predators, people were like, yeah, but what about liberal or leftist men? Sure, people who lie about their values can be predators. But if you're embodying, if it's really real for you, if it's true for you, you wouldn't do this to people. That's why I say to women who are really bitter and for rightfully so, very scared of men, I say to them, it's not the fact that he's a man, but it might be the fact that he is engaging in men as a system. Like, men as a people are not the problem, it's men as a system. But men also, as people, as individuals, can support men as a system, the patriarchy, can support and be misogynistic, and can hold prejudice and bias in ways that, like, it is, your life is on the line if they do not deconstruct. Like, your livelihood, your relationship with your kids, like your literal life can be taken away by a man who has not deconstructed. So you have to be very careful about the person you share life with if they happen to be raised as a man, are a man, exist as a man, and have not deconstructed patriarchy. And this is why no matter who the content creator is, especially if they're a man who still exhibits and utilizes misogyny as a part of their platform, I am very suspicious because, again, like, I get it. You're the best quote we have, but no wonder the world isn't healing when this is the best we have. And I'm not saying people can't get better. I'm not saying people are all the same, but I'm saying too many men rise to prominence in the left and aren't really deconstructing intersectional, aren't really truly progressive, aren't truly, they don't believe in consent. Informed consent. Informed. She was never given informed consent. How, you know what I'm saying? And look, I don't know if this is a liberal bubble. Like, maybe this is a liberal bubble. And he's like, we're drunk at a bar, which I brought up in my podcast. Liberals do the whole, like, intoxicated is partially consent. You're at a bar, you're drinking. Progressive values say you must be informed. So maybe that's the discrepancy, right? Okay, so going back to the victim, this is Pollyanna. I don't know if her name is Polly or if that's just her username, but...
And I bounced. I wasn't ready to admit what he had done, but I was stressing, like, you didn't accept consent when I said no about the room.
Exactly.
So he calls me. And I replay the whole...
Exactly. Or him calling, him demanding for the room. Come on, we know what that is.
Whole thing. And again, I say, we were at the bar, you had your hand on my thigh, it escalated, and I left. Do you think he asked me what he did? No. Nope. Didn't ask me what the escalation was. Now imagine if that were me and somebody...
Did he look at his phone log and ask, hey, why did I call you 10 times?
He said to me, you were drunk, it escalated, I left. Like, whatever it was bad enough that person just fucking bounced. I would have been like, what did I do? He didn't ask. And I think that's when I finally had enough pretending that that's all it was. In fact, he was more worried about who I had told.
Oh.
He said it wasn't my fault and that he accepted responsibility, but also he was drunk and didn't remember things. But also, hey, who did you tell?
Fuck. Exactly. Oh man, I'm super embarrassed, bro. I'm mortified. Oh man, I'd hate for people to think I'm this guy. I'm definitely not this guy. You don't think I'm this guy, right? You don't think that of me, do you? I would hate for you to see me like this. Man, what you think about me really matters, and I just want you to respect me. Like, you don't think I'm a bad guy, do you? We've all heard it before, girl.
So I called Matt after. And I said, Matt, I said, did I tell you what the escalation was? Because I just kept calling it an escalation for 4 days. Because I didn't want to admit what my friend had done. God damn it, I didn't want to cry on the internet. And he said, no, I figured you'd tell me when you were ready. I said, he put his hand in my pants and he got fucking mad. He's like, Mandy, that is sexual assault. And I said, I know. He said, I stopped it and I left and I did everything I could. I did everything right. But yeah, I know. And I said, should I call Jordan and tell him? Because he claims he doesn't remember. He's like, it's up to you. But yeah. And I called Jordan. I said, Jordan, you know, I said there was an escalation. And I asked you, you know, do you remember what happened? Because you didn't ask me. Didn't ask me what the escalation was. Do you remember? He's like, no. I said, you put your hand in my pants, Jordan. That's what you did. And he didn't really have much to say. Again, he kept to saying, I'm so sorry. I don't remember, but I take responsibility.
Yeah, him being like, I don't remember, but I take responsibility. I understand we're not trained to, this sounds really weird. I know we're not trained to know what to do when we make a mistake, but I'm going to be real. Like, truly accidental misreadings of consensual situations, they don't look like this. Does that make sense? Like, you know, you misread a cue, you misread a social cue, you thought they were leading in for it doesn't look like this. The aftermath doesn't look like this. And you know how conservatives do this thing where it's like, I'm afraid she's going to revoke consent and falsely accuse me. Most of the people that I've ever seen fumbled or there's been like a misreading have always managed to truly communicate and like come up with a solution. Because I do think there's maybe it's like more intuitive or something, but there is a distinct difference between like, oh, this felt wrong and dirty. It's the shame. It's his need to hide it. You know, like his need to hide it, his like guilt feeling makes me go like, oh, you did something wrong and you know it and you're not going to fix it. Because like, I think the nuance is so slight that you might not be able to see it, but I think that's why victims aren't believed, because I think a lot of people can't tell the difference, but like, you know, something went wrong. You're like, oh, this feels bad. You know, this is a bad example, but you kind of know when your cat or your dog does something naughty and you don't know it, but when you look at them, they show you a sign. You're like, what did you do? That's what he sounds like to me. I'm like, oh, what did you do? You know, what was it? That's what it is like he's acting like that, which tells me so you do know it was wrong. So you know what I'm saying? Something like, it's very hard to tell, but it often looks like this. A lot of sexual assault is especially like this. Somebody you know, somebody who takes advantage, somebody who says, well, maybe she'll be down for it. He'll be down for it. They'll be down for it. Somebody who like, you know, like that is why people have a hard time believing you, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen, doesn't mean it's not true. It's why we have to reframe why we believe victims. We believe victims. I said this on stream the other day. We believe victims when they tell us these stories in the same way we believe people when they tell us what their name is. Because yes, people could be lying. Most people are not lying about these things. Most people are not lying about their name, what they do for a living, or when they've been assaulted. Most people do not lie about sexual assault. You can assume they're telling you the truth.
I said, I don't know what to do with this. I have to go. And I let him go. And as people in the Chicago group found out what had happened, other people came forward. I will not speak on their behalf. Their stories are never going to be mine to tell. But they came forward for me to corroborate my experience so that I knew I wasn't alone. I was the one who had someone.
Not that he needs to have more than one victim, but I heard someone say once that usually it takes 4 to 5 victims for the first victim to come forward. Where there's one, there's more. You're rarely going to be someone's first. And the fact that when she came out, more people came out is literally so predictable and exactly the point. There's a pattern.
It was only me that I'm aware of that he tried to put his hand down their pants. I've seen some videos of people saying, all 4 women. No, that happened to me. There were varying things that happened to other women that were deeply inappropriate or across the line, but that was what he did to me, his friend. Which brings us to today. I saw this video from this woman who is super fucking self-righteous and trying to defend Jordan by saying, well, he's been in the trenches. It is giving grab him by the pussy. I'm rich and I can do this. What the fuck are you talking about? She said,
the guy was in the trenches in Minneapolis. Have you been there?
And to that I say, yes, I have. I have been in the fucking trenches, ma'am. I have been fighting this, as has every woman that was involved. And it wouldn't matter if we were or we weren't. You don't get to give a pass for sexual assault to somebody just because they're doing one thing good. I came forward because we as creators have incredible access to people, many who are vulnerable. They look up to us. They trust us. And I didn't want anyone else to experience this, because also at a lot of these things, there's alcohol. And it's clear, Jordan, that you have a problem. And I hope you get help. I really fucking do. Because I have been.
Yeah, I agree. Like, he can't be drinking if that's how irresponsible he is. But also, that's kind of why I think he drinks. Oh, I was drunk, bro. I didn't know. See how that almost sounds like you're getting drunk to get away with it?
Absolutely destroyed by this. She also asked this.
Jolly Ginger, where are you guys at? I want to need some support for this man.
And I hope it's okay that I answer, but Jolly was.
Oh, damn. That's sad that people are already advocating on behalf of him because he was in the trenches, which is exactly my point at the beginning of stream. No one will ever be my favorite enough to not hold them accountable for what they did. Remember that And remember that my record should show that. Anytime a victim has come forward, I've always cut off ties. Anytime there's a pattern of abusive behavior that is clearly more than just like, quote, personal problems and you're dealing with it in therapy because everyone's got problems, I will cut ties. That anytime I see enough of a pattern, and no matter who you are, I think my favorite person said it. I don't know who they are, but it was a person on TikTok said, I love Mandani. This is my last night of loving him. And tomorrow I will hold him accountable because tomorrow he will be my mayor. And exactly. Today I love him, but tomorrow he will be my mayor. And so we have to hold people to that status, right?
On the phone checking on me. The amount of people who have checked on me. Because Jolly understood that what happened to me was never okay. And it wasn't my fault. So you want to know where Jolly is, why he's not on here defending someone? It's because he was checking on me. I never.
Wait, Jolly? Who's Jolly? Do I have their name written down? I don't know which one that is yet. Hold on. There's a lot of people involved here.
Wanted this. I'm getting nothing from this. I'm not even monetized on this account. So before you're all like, it's over a minute, she's making me, no, the fuck I'm not. I never wanted this. This doesn't benefit me. And lying? I have no reason to lie.
And how embarrassing too, because she has to come out because she doesn't, who will, because, it's scary to come out and be the only one. And even when there's 10 of you, it's scary because no one believes even 10 of you, right? So now she's come out and, now it's not an easy thing to do. It's very difficult. I don't think people understand. It's really difficult. And then people just paint you as like that thing. And that sucks. You want to be taken seriously. You want to do all these things. And people don't believe victims. So now you're a liar. It's like multi-layered. It's a big deal, And I don't blame any victim for not coming forward. It's so hard. But it really means everything that she did,
Thing I'm gaining, I have lost so much.
Oh, is she Polly Jolly? Because the guy that was defending Jordan called her Jolly. Oh, thank you, chat. Thank you.
As far as my friendship with Jordan, that's done. I've removed any videos of us, any content that we have made together.
That's the other sign of moving past a person is taking down the content you've done together. That's a big deal to me. I think really well of her because a lot of people keep that stuff up and I don't understand why. Like, why are you keeping up your collabs with predators? Take them down. Because people are going to see that video out of context and think they're a cool content creator. Take it down.
Because honestly, it's really fucking traumatizing to see. I don't want those memories. I thought I knew Jordan. I didn't do this to hurt him. I didn't do this to cancel him. I did this because women could be harmed based on the patterns of behaviors we saw. And I did this because I knew what he did to me. I don't want there to be someone else who gives him their room number. Jordan needs help. And based on his statement, he says he's going to get it. I'm not pressing charges at this time. I'm not ruling out anything. And if he gets help, great. And if he doesn't, there are things on the table.
I mean, either way, even if he gets help, right? Like the accountability is a part of that process. It looks different. I don't believe in punishment, but I do believe like his life should look different if he's really sorry. But a punishment, like I don't believe in like, you know how I feel about prison systems. Like, but I do believe like predators, sexual assaulters, you can hold them accountable without punishing them. This is very nuanced, but I don't want people to think that they won't be held accountable. But punishment is a very specific word. A very specific word, So, but I think honestly, you shouldn't be following him. That's a part of that repercussion or that part of that consequence is that he should lose a following. You know what I mean? Like, but he won't, right? Because that's how it works. I mean, Trump is president,
So I really hope he does.
And he should leave his platform. See, the problem is like he's going to be out of work and we can't have predators out of work. You know what I'm saying? Because like they can't, but also he should leave his job. That's why I say if you're really sorry for what you did, you would change the way you show up on the internet.
But he will never be my friend. And that is on him.
Yeah, friendship over, bro.
That was the decision he made.
Exactly.
You say you don't remember what happened, Jordan. The problem is, I'm never going to forget. I trusted Jordan.
I'm not going to forget either, girl. He just went down in my memory as definitely someone not to pay attention to. Okay, let's go to people's reactions. This is Stella.
Thing I have to say is for my fellow female content creators out there who do go to these get-togethers or do collaborate with other influencers on here, just be careful. Don't have your guard down. I mean, these girls probably saw him out and were like, oh, we're safe. He stands up for women's rights. And then the next thing you know, his fucking hands are down their pants.
Exactly.
Just be careful.
It's an easy dunk for these liberals / truly not informed on consent men to just say one good thing about women and against men, and all the women decide they're safe, but you don't know that.
You don't know anybody's true intentions. For me personally, I only know my intentions. I can only trust myself. And if someone,
I will say, unless you meet a person that you really feel is very similar to you in terms of that character, because like, I know I would never lie, cheat, violate person's consent. So you want to find people who you really feel that way about versus people that blur the lines or play in the gray.
were to ever turn around to me and say, Stella, I don't trust you.
But also you can never know. So like, you know, you don't want to be paranoid, but you want to be prepared. You don't want to assume everybody's a rapist, but you want to assume that a lot of the men who have deconstructed are going to blur the lines into assault, which is like, I know men don't want to hear this, but until you guys tackle patriarchy and its relationship to entitlement when it comes to people's bodies, you are literally, even if you don't realize it, either the perpetrator yourself or you support the perpetrators because they're your boys. No?
Your intentions, good. Good, that's what you're supposed to say. No offense taken. The dangers of social media aren't just for children, they're for adults too. And I can understand being disappointed, some of you out there, but some of you are saying we shouldn't be eating our own right now. Are you crazy? That's an insane thing to say.
Exactly. That is an insane thing to say. Like, that's the worry I have about this idea of like no criticism, nothing, keeping people like in line. You know what I mean?
That's almost just as bad as him using the fact that he had drank too much as an excuse. What?
Exactly. Oh, he's one of us. He's doing good. He's anti-Trump. Why are you going after him? We can't have infighting right now. Bro, kick him out, bro. Kick him out.
You're going to take the one thing a lot of us all have in common, having had one too many, me personally, and use it as an excuse?
Exactly.
The only thing I've ever had to apologize after a night out is vomiting in someone's car.
Hey, maybe not
or
a
that
car,
time
but
I got
yeah.
arrested because I told a cop to go fuck himself.
Hey.
But a drunk woman's mouth is a sober woman's thoughts, and I have always wanted to tell a cop to go fuck themselves.
So, you
the
know.
alcohol just gave me the courage to do it. You get what I'm saying?
Well, okay, first of all, I don't think that's actually true. For the record, my true self is not my drunk self. Otherwise, you know, we'd all be alcoholics. Our real selves are sober and grounded. Our real selves are deconstructed. Our real selves are also understanding our relationship through trauma. So like, I don't really believe, you know, your real self is like intoxicated. Studies have shown that's actually not very true. So I think it's a little reductive, but you know, I don't know this lady, so I don't know where she's getting that from, but okay.
So maybe you shouldn't just be blaming it on the alcohol. I hope the women involved are okay.
Yeah.
And
I think she sounds like a supportive girly, but I don't know where she's coming from. But that's technically not true, and I'm too much of a accurate person to let that slide. But I think the message is clear. We need to support the victims, okay? So I want to show you this. This is from some of the men in the community. I thought we could look at this.
AKA Off, me and Jordan, AKA Off Jowagon, we have a history because I have a problem with a pattern of behavior that I recognized a year ago. But let me start off and say that he is not sorry for what he did. He is sorry that he got caught. I know this because he has not posted shit about this situation on Substack or on YouTube, which is where a majority of our income as content creators come from. He's trying to isolate this damage and weasel his way out of it, which is the pattern of behavior that I'm going to talk about. If you do not-
And wait, pause. Look at this. In regards to recent accusations, he didn't clarify what they were. He wasn't transparent with his audience who would see this post. He didn't. This has been done by so many people on the internet. They're not explicitly detailed with what they did. So people who aren't in the know are like, hey, what's happening? Who's what? And then they ignore it and don't care because, oh, people are always getting accusations. This is deliberate. This is deliberate. Yeah.
Not understand the seriousness of what he did. Let me ask you one question. What would have happened if one of these women was passed out alone with him in a hotel room?
Oh,
That's
God.
why this
Ooh.
shit is so serious. He was the nice guy that women...
Wait, that's true. That's so scary. I mean, we already knew because he was incessantly trying to get into her hotel room. But if he was willing to do that in public while they were all drunk, imagine what would have happened if nobody was there to see it.
Trusted. And to other male content creators, we have a responsibility to conduct ourselves and hold ourselves to a higher standard. Because Offjawagon's actions didn't just mentally fuck up the victims, who are going to have trust issues for a long time. But this happened at a political event.
And it just adds to that narrative that, once again, like, men can't be trusted. You guys need to work on a rebrand by holding your bros accountable.
Where content creators act in a professional capacity, collaborating with important political figures. And
if only political content creators could start acting more professional. And I understand you think you can't because our president is just the biggest buffoon we've ever seen in our whole lives. But that's part of the problem. No one's acting like the adult. No one's being the adult in the room.
I don't understand that. Get the fuck off of social media. So 9 months ago, me and Jordan were on the Unfuck America tour. Do you guys remember that? There was a lot of controversy. It was plastered
I do remember
all
that.
over the internet. I'm not going to get into the details, but I stand where I stand on that issue because I am not a lying fucking weasel. So when the drama was unfolding, Offjawagon made some videos. And those
Wait. No, I don't know what he's talking about. This isn't my bubble. Anybody got an update on this?
videos minimized his role in the controversy, and he tried to deflect responsibility onto other content creators, one of which picked his ass up at 3.
Wait, it's kind of in my head, but I don't remember the Unfuck America tour. I do remember something happened. It's there, like something. I remember something. This is why I consume too much information all day. I remember there was something about the Unfuck America tour. It was a big deal. What was it? What was the thing?
In the morning, because he was too intoxicated at a bar to drive and get back to the hotel room. And that content creator, she had to get up at 5 in the morning because this was a professional.
Wait, is this the same event or is this different now? Is this another event? I'm gonna look at comments. Isn't he also married? I feel bad for his wife. It was Mandy Ray of all people. She was one of my favorite followers. Is this another woman? Oh, does he know about another woman?
Event. And I had a problem with him doing that. So I said, fuck it. And I released all of the chat logs where we were all on a group thread while this controversy was happening because I wanted to just squash it. And in those chat logs was shit that Jordan said that contradicted what he posted online. It showed that he was lying and he was trying to weasel his way out of the controversy. Pattern of behavior. And he was mad at me because his ass got caught lying and his audience found out that he was lying to him. So that was 9 months ago. A month ago, me and Jordan are at a DC rally together at a professional event. And we're all socializing at a bar. And I was trying to get a video of all of the content creators. And in my camera, I see Offjawagon duck down and try to weasel his way out of my camera lens. Then I see him and his friend, who I'm not going to name, chitter-chatting, talking shit. And that made me very uncomfortable. Because the moment I got there, Jordan was side-eyeing me. So I confronted him.
Apparently, if you Google Unfuck America tour, there was like a whole bunch of controversies with funding. And it looks like a lot of people had to leave it. And there was like a whole issue. So I don't know exactly the details, but there definitely was a lot of drama.
And I asked him if they had a fucking problem. Do you have a fucking problem? And immediately he blamed me.
And apparently, sorry, there's a headline that says, oh, shut up. No way. Look who it is. No way.
So continuing my thoughts about the Unfuck America tour. So in the last video I made, I talked
shout out to Cat Black
about basically how
our girl is seriously everywhere.
In all reality, if the goal is to de-radicalize MAGA, right? Something that I think needs to happen probably. They're not going to listen to Black women, even if it's true that Black women right now are not being included in these conversations. And that's a real issue because students no longer have access to a diverse array of opinions because of what the Trump administration is doing, right? But like, since I had those thoughts, a few more things have come out. And it seems a bit like Z has an issue with paying people, with respecting the work of people of color, especially. And this is a little bit worse than we initially thought. It's also come out that apparently some of these creators were told that they were going to get a percentage of the money that was raised. And that was one of the main reasons why they were doing this. And, you know, as a content creator and a public speaker, I am not against anybody getting money. Like,
okay, so chat saying there was a controversy around Unfuck America only being a white man and Erudite tour. Erudite? What erudite? What erudite? Like not so erudite or erudite? Who Z is the organizer? Whoa. Cat truly is everywhere. Okay, hold on. Going back to the original. No, not so yes? Kyla? Wait, is this why I know about it subconsciously? Damn, she's really everywhere. Wait, no, really? Wait, not so erudite, unfuck America tour. Oh my God, what? Uh-oh, this channel's just for members. Not so unfuck America. What? It really is full circle. What the fuck? Oh my God, what is happening? Well, not surprised. We all know Destiny's a predator. So she's involved. Oh my God, what? Interesting. Okay. Pause. We're not going to go down that rabbit hole. Focus. Okay, let's go back to this passionate brother over here. This man, this homie. Okay, let's see.
For ruining his reputation online simply because I was transparent in releasing the chat logs to squash an issue that was destroying a very important organization. Again, I stand where I stand on that issue. So I told him that if he had a fucking issue, we can go outside and we can handle it any way that he wants to. Because the last thing that—
No way. Chad is saying the drama started with a friend of Dean being outed as a fuckboy. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's a problem. Ego in this space.
I'm going to deal with is feeling uncomfortable and be
So are these like liberals? Are these like liberal people more than progressives? Because Erudite's a liberal. Destiny's a liberal.
outroot by somebody who has a pattern of lying and weaseling their way out of consequences and blaming other people for the shit that they post online. He refused, and I look like an asshole, which I am to people like him. So to the people watching this,
interesting.
Trust your gut. Just because they have almost 1 million followers does not mean they are trustworthy people.
True.
Trust your gut. Your gut is not going to steer you wrong, because in this case, my gut feeling was spot on. And that's exactly what I'm going to teach my daughter. Me.
Okay. And then, okay, this is the craziest connection. Because again, I'm not in these bubbles. Okay. So I just started following Jamel. So, okay, this is Jamel. I just started following him. This is his presence on the internet. Okay, 290,000 followers. He's got all these great TikToks. Da, 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 da. So then I come across, this is him. This is Jordan. This is the guy that's being accused. But I noticed he was doing a stitch battle with Jamel. And I was like, what is this? So this came first, okay? So let's see. Watch. I'll just show you a little bit of it.
Misleading. So once again, I will reiterate that my accusation stands.
So this guy is still accusing me of being misleading, and I watched his entire response to me. And I figured out what was happening. Now, the video—
Okay, hold on, watch.
Me. Came into a video I did, and this gentleman— Me. Came into a video I did about institutional investors and residential home buying and accused me basically of lying to my audience.
So I did a video recently on the residential housing market, and somebody in the comments told me that this particular creator had debunked the
this is 2023. Just keep that in mind.
Idea that investors are driving up housing costs. Tagged me in one of these videos of him just talking. No citations, no statistics, no sources. In my ever so humble opinion, no legitimacy. Then the commenter tagged me in another video where he did—
Okay, they're going back and forth, right?
He commented on and has gone through are videos that are responding to very narrow questions or very narrow comments. A narrow comment. Isn't the big problem institutional investors, right?
So then what we have here is, first of all, victims, which we are devastated for. Then we have an extra layer of the politics of it. Then we have the added layer of the ethics and morals. So the morals, personal, what do we personally do as content creators? The ethics of how does this impact everybody else, right? And so it's this added layer of what do we do, which again brings me back to the beginning of today's stream, which was I understand the desire to see us not criticizing each other on the quote left. But at the end of the day, like too many of us are not deconstructing, like too many of us are not actually doing the work, and your work should show up. Like if you've changed internally, it will show up externally. And there's a lot of people who keep saying, like this predator did, right? Look at his statement again. His statement is like, I'm going to go to counseling. I'm going to seek help. Okay, girl, but if the internal has changed, the external will show it. So where is the proof in the pudding? Where is that proof? And I understand that like it takes a while. These things won't happen overnight, but allow us to criticize even our favorites. Like allow us to criticize. These are pretty big people, right? Almost 1 million followers on TikTok. And by the way, remember, who is that other guy Hassan was hanging out with? The redheaded lawyer guy that even Olay knew. Olay and both Hassan knew that guy. We covered him as well. You know what I mean? It's like, guys, just because they have a cool TikTok following, just because they're popular doesn't mean they're good. And it feels like sometimes bigger content creators really fall for it. Hassan said, and again, I don't mean to make this about, oh, this is why Britney, da-da-da. When I made my video about Destiny, wiping my hands of that community, before the real allegations of predatory behavior even came out, I was like, I need to wipe myself of this community. It has been the most toxic year of my life. I'm out. Okay? Hassan saw my video and decided not to watch it on stream because he said like, oh, I don't want to like review these small creators in case they're like clout chasing, basically. But the issue with doing that, and I'm not saying he had to watch my video. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying the fact that he saw my thumbnail and saw my face and just went, yeah, I'm not watching this. But he watched Ryan Beard's video on Hassan, who, by the way, Ryan Beard took clips from my video in their video, which it's a good video. And Ryan's like, oh yeah, bro, I took clips from your own video to make this video. I was like, yeah, I know. And like, we talked about it. Like, Hassan will watch Ryan's video, but he wants to watch mine. And then he was like, oh, in case they're clout chasing. Isn't that the variation of saying, like, if you've been harassed by Destiny's community and you talk about it, you're clout chasing? Okay, and then on top of it, he does collab with some people that are about the same size as me. So question mark. And then he decides, well, I'll collab with people that are bigger because that's safer, and it ends up being a predator anyways. So much for it mattering what size your audience has, you know? So when we have this conversation, it's not that I'm trying to take down your favorite. I'm trying to say, though Hassan is the guy, we should question why he's the guy. He's not as bad as the Destinies and the lawyer guy, law overruled or whatever. He's not this guy as far as I know. We don't have any data for that. What we do have data, though, is for consistent misogyny, a lack of introspection, an admittance of never going to therapy, a lack of knowing why. And if you are a man built under patriarchy, and especially a man who's considered good looking enough that people, quote, throw themselves at you, you are more than tempted. You are more than given an opportunity for predatory behavior. Okay? And the fact that nothing's ever come out about Hassan is the greatest sign in his favor, but it's not a guarantee, but it is a good sign. But lots of people don't speak up for many years. So allow me to be suspicious of somebody who isn't growing or getting better, who, though is left, isn't exactly doing it very fast. Because for some of us, and notice the girls and the femmes and the they, thems in this space, we learn so quickly. We update our vocabulary. We show up so much stronger on stream. We are so much faster and quicker, okay? We are so good. We work so hard. And so, you know, non-binary people, even he, hims, like there are a lot of he, hims out here that are doing the work. Okay, D'Angelo just had one of the greatest comebacks of all time. We love D'Angelo. And it was like I saw a great growth in D'Angelo, right? I love an Elliot saying, I love so many people on this platform, but I feel like Hassan could never. I feel like in the biggest way, in the same way that we said at the beginning of the stream, it's because he's Glinda. Okay, maybe Glinda movie too, but he's still not an Elphaba. Because you can't be that popular and be an Elphaba. And if you're not an Elphaba, how progressive really are you? And that's okay. Just an example of this whole thing that is frustrating for me, okay, in this process is like, here's another leftist guy who I don't even think is really a left. Like, I think he's probably a liberal who is anti-Trump. And oh, that's the other red flag. If your whole personality is being anti-Trump, you can't be trusted. You can't be trusted. There are Republicans whose whole identity is anti-Trump. Being anti-Trump isn't enough. It's just the beginning. Okay? And that's kind of my concern about this whole bubble. I'm devastated for the victims. I'm devastated for all of us who keep giving people our energy, who keep being told these people are safe, who keep being told, oh, these people are progressive, oh, they're liberal, they're anti-Trump, they fight for women, only to realize like, oh my God, wait. It's exhausting. You know what I mean? Yeah, Trump said because when Trump is gone, then what? Yeah, what then? Okay, so Trump is out of office, now what? It's like your whole personality being anti-Trump just is the beginning, bro. It's not even enough. Everyone wants a gold star for doing the absolute basics. And look, I'm pretty harsh about this. No gold star for the basics unless, you know, maybe you're a therapist or like a coach or something. You might want to help people out. But like, I'm not your coach and I'm not your therapist. No gold star for the basics. We're public figures. We have a responsibility. And that responsibility, at least in my bubble here with you, is a dedication and a commitment to growing and change as new data comes out. Because we're not about to get stale like our parents did. We are not about to pull a boomer and stop updating our language and how we show up in the world just because we're comfortable. Better to be uncomfortable and growing than to stay comfortable and become a bigot. And all of us are susceptible to bigotry. All of us have to fight the bigotry because you're not, just because you're anti-Trump doesn't mean you're not a bigot. Just because you're anti-Trump doesn't mean you're not racist. Just because you're anti-Trump doesn't mean you're not a homophobe or a transphobe. Okay? And this is why I'm so passionate about this. I know it sounds like I'm just harping and I'm harping, but that's also the misogyny. I'm not harping, I'm speaking. And it would just be so great if people could listen. And if I truly am wrong, I will also listen. If I'm wrong, I get it. I've been wrong before. I can be wrong again. But I'm not harping. I'm speaking. Okay? Girl, what a day, girl. What a day. Hey. What a day, day. Okay, listen. Also, shout out to everybody who came in late. My bad, girls. I had to start 2 hours early for stream because we're not getting any sleep this week because of the construction, which I'm so grateful to these construction workers. They really are killing it, bro. They've been working so hard and, we're renters, but they have to do what they got to do. And so our front door has been open for the last 3 days. Like, they have to keep our front door open. And so you can imagine our house, there's like construction everywhere. The front door is open all day. They have to come in and out all day. They go through multiple, and then Indiana is feeling trapped. She's in multiple rooms. And my partner and I just feel like really like trapped in our own house right now because we don't know what to do. And, it's just like, we're not getting the sleep we need. And then they can't guarantee when they'll be here. So I'm always like, okay, we'll sleep, but then we don't know when to wake up. So it's been a little crazy, but I think stream went well this week. Even so, I think they might even be here on Monday and Tuesday. I don't know yet. But it is Friday, so this is the end of stream. We're here. We did it. I hope the content was good. Sometimes I worry because I really feel like the brain fog kicks in pretty bad when I'm tired. But I think we had a good week. I think we did okay, yeah? I'm not too bad. I don't feel too bad about it. And you know what? I'm not even going to look at this. Please go check out my podcast channel because that podcast I did, bro, it was stagnating at like 1,500 views. Yesterday or this morning, I can't remember because I haven't slept. I changed the thumbnail. I was inspired. I got 5 different designs. I spent like hours on it, found a thumbnail style, and boom, 10,000 views. And I was like, fuck yeah. Overnight, bro. That's how this job is so crazy. You change a thumbnail, that's it. So please go check that out. Really, that's really what it is. The greatest channels on the internet are missing attention because of thumbnail game. That's me, baby. Man. What are you going to do? I will say, shit, what was I going to say? Fuck. What was I going to say? I don't remember. Fuck. Okay, it's okay. Discord tomorrow. Tomorrow is not my day off just yet. Sundays are my day off. Tomorrow, Saturday, professionally taught yoga. Oh, somebody asked in chat earlier. I missed you. We focus on spiritual and physical elements of yoga. We're focusing on splits this year. I really want to get to the splits. So our teacher she's a professional. She's been accredited. She's gone through school. She is really great. And she's pays attention to everyone's, bodies where it's very forgiving. I can't always do everything she teaches us. My body can't handle it always, but it's great. And we're working on the splits this year. So if you're into flexibility, you want to work on that, come join us. No pressure. It helps support the content and you get a little bit of a professional class there, 30-minute class. And we're starting our deconstruction and dissection of Avatar: The Last Airbender. I talk about it so much and there's so many people who just don't know anything about it. So if you've ever wanted to learn about Avatar: The Last Airbender and that's interesting to you, please come join us. Tomorrow we start our deconstruction journey into the show. And also 18 plus. Because we don't need kids on the Discord because that's crazy. Not that kids watch me usually, but if you're like 17 and you're like, oh shit, I want to join the Discord, you better wait. You believe in consent, and I know you do. You're going to wait, okay? You let adults have their space and we'll let kids have their space. And when it's time, you can come join us, okay? But if you're 17 and in high school and you're like, oh shit, I hear you. Make it your 18th birthday present to yourself and come join us on the Discord, okay? Tessa's way too pregnant for the splits, yoga or otherwise. Congratulations and happy pushing when you get there. Okay, I hope your baby just has the greatest adventure coming into the world, and I hope it goes smoothly for you. Okay, now I'm gonna go. I think that's it. I think I did it. Yeah. My face is, you know when you're tired and your face is numb? That's what's happening. Okay? But again, grateful for construction workers and everything happening because it's gotta happen, you know? Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, bye. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.